I'm gonna be reading, probably popping between two books. Probably. I have 3 over here just in case I need them. I've got probably my favorite book ever, which is Rabelais in His World by Mikhail Bakhtin, or Mikhail Bakhtin, however you like to pronounce it. I'll probably be saying Mikhail for the rest of the day, because that's just kind of where my brain's at right now. Primarily when I was studying Bakhtin's work when I was in grad school, I think I applied Bakhtin to I want to say it's Stephen Crane's stories, one of Stephen Crane's stories, because I was trying to look for a theory of the monstrous. And I found that Bakhtin's discussion of the grotesque was really compelling. And I had learned about Bakhtin because we were talking about heteroglossia, which is like many voices speaking at once in a novel. Not like Jane said this and then, Ahmed said this. It's like the different cultural voices coming together and forming this this flow that comes through you into a novel. So heteroglossia is primarily the main thing that folks talk about when they talk about Bakhtin, but my favorite thing is grotesque. So thus I stumbled upon this book probably like 11 or 12 years ago and was obsessed with it, and I think it's a very valuable lens through which we can view all kinds of things, not just literary works, but any kind of work of fiction or game or something like that, as well as life. I feel like it's a very helpful lens through which we can view life. And I'll pause that to say hello to Party. So good to see you. Thank you so much for watching for 15 streams in a row. That's amazing. Lucian, I'm a New Yorker. Cousin is in my DNA. The urge is nigh impossible to combat. I totally get it, Manny. You do you. I think that's great. And you might have to work alongside me. You're currently running on the promise of making a quiche after you're done. That's a great idea. That you can reward yourself with. You cuss whenever the mood strikes, but you love the book character Honor Harrington, who never curses. It's not obvious because everyone else curses, but when she says even a mild swear, it means apocalyptic levels of something, and it shocks everyone. How about that? That's pretty astounding, to be fair. What a fun character. I feel like that might be how folks see me. I can't recall if when I was reading this book back in the day, if I just started off at chapter 5, because I didn't have a lot of time back then. So I probably wasn't going to be reading everything, although it is really fantastic and compelling. I probably just jumped to the chapter on the grotesque image of the body, and then probably also read the material bodily lower stratum. But I was just like flipping through this before the show started, and skimming the chapter on popular festive forms, and I was like already starting to bookmark things. So it's like, just like Bloodborne. I mean, listen to this: bloodshed, dismemberment, burning, death, beatings, blows, curses, and abuses. All these elements are steeped in merry time which kills and gives birth, which allows nothing old to be perpetuated and never cease to generate the new and the youthful. I mean, if that's not the hunt, I don't know what is, right? And then later, there's a little passage on bells being an indispensable accessory to the carnival and stuff, so. I'm gonna be reading some of this and, like, being like, let me see what it says about bells and Bloodborne, and then flipping over to Bloodborne so we can see what it says about bells. Of course. Oh, did I? Did I replace it? I didn't even notice that, to be fair. That's wild. The other book I might be reading today, we'll see. I'm probably doing too much. It's dusty. I'm gonna be sneezing, I guarantee you. Another book I might be reading today is On the Grotesque by Jeffrey Galt Harpham. Which is a fantastic book. Again, read this about 12 years ago. Oh yes, look, I even have my stuff. Yay! I have my notes in here. I wonder if I have notes in Bakhtin as well, because I was like, I need to buy this. I'm not just gonna borrow this from the library. I have to buy a copy because I need this. Okay. Oh yeah. Still got the old notes in here. It's just as powerful now as it was then. How about that? I didn't even notice I did that, to be fair. Okay, then he talks about Joseph Conrad in a book title I will not be reading out loud. Oh yes, his conclusions, right? I wonder if I actually read his applied theory to like Conrad and stuff like that, because he talks about it as a literary lens that one can read, but I don't know if I read his applications. Ah, the classic, Frank Kermode said. So funny. Academia. The only thing I'll say about the grotesque is that what you find grotesque today is vastly different from what you found before entering the military. Yeah. Well, because we really, I will be establishing a definition of the grotesque. I realize this is probably going to drive everybody crazy because I don't want to repeat myself too often. Because I'll be probably doing this research for several days, potentially on stream, and then also talking about it on Saturday, and then maybe making a very long YouTube video about it in the future. But I feel like the word grotesque means a little different thing in the Bakhtinian sense than it does in the modern context of grotesque, right? So you feel like the grotesque is a specific aesthetic quality. Yes, certainly. So it derives from grottos, right? Yeah, not unpleasant or gross or what have you. But the grotesques as an art form derive from the grottos discovered kind of in the Colosseum area in Rome. There was Nero's Golden Pleasure Palace, a complete subterranean layer of a building that was gilded and had these beautiful, very strange art forms in the margins of paintings and sort of connecting paintings, and even sometimes is the subject of the paintings, these frescoes themselves, which had never been seen before. I was listening to a scholar talking about this, and she was saying, imagine if today in Central Park a construction worker falls through the ground into a huge labyrinth of artwork we've never seen before. That's essentially what happened in the 1500s. Is they found the stuff that dated back to like 65 AD, where Nero, or maybe 65 BC, I can't remember, where they found Emperor Nero's Golden Palace and saw all this new art that like inspired designs from about 1500 to about 1800. We see a lot of it in Bloodborne. We see a lot of it everywhere, you know, like scroll work, acanthus leaves, people's heads and bodies that then become forms of like plant life or animals, or like animals with human forms, curling lines, plant matter, fruits, vegetables, all kind of things. So grotesques began as this like strange intermingling of plant matter and humans and animals, like all life kind of mixing it together. That's the grotesque and the grotto-esque, and the origin of the word grotesque is that. So plant matter. Yeah, plant matter. I don't know what I said. Grotesque. Oh my god, so cute, Pine. However, in the Bakhtinian sense, we're talking about the grotesque as it applies to This is why I'm gonna have everything written out, because it's like, where do I start? Also, looks like the ad break is starting soon. So, everyone get together. And I'm gonna keep this short as I can, because I'm gonna talk about it more on Saturday. And I gotta do my reading and stuff, but it's good to get this idea out. What's remarkable about these grotesque images is that it is things in a state of becoming. That's really what is so marvelous about it. Is there's no real true end point or beginning points in these works of art. You know what I find grotesque? Bugs. Yuck. Sorry, I'm being a jerk. This is fine, Chavo. It's very funny. So the grotesques are things in this uncategorizable, indiscernible, no end point, transitive states. And Bakhtin is looking at the body being always in this transitive state. So, as contrasted to kind of a Grecian ideal of beauty, or even the self, the ideal self, is this kind of frozen in time, perfect image, you with your best haircut at the whatever weight you want to be at, with your wife and kids surrounding you, in your beautiful house that is perfectly clean. You know, this like perfect ideal is contrasted to the nature of reality and the nature of nature, which is to constantly be in flux between life and death, decay, growth, all these things. Like the body is always changing. Every single second we are changing. I just lost a skin cell. Something just fell off me. A little hair fell off me or something. So what is beautiful about the grotesque is that when we realize we are always in this state, you, yourself, the body, this body, my sweaty body right now. I'm sweating because I'm wearing a shirt that is not made of cotton. It's polyester. When we realize that we ourselves are like the things around us that we find grotesque, you know, things that are transformed, things that have strange features. They might have exaggerated features like big noses, big mouths, big arms, hunchbacks. They might have features that make them different from us. Disabled bodies are often viewed culturally as grotesque because it's an aberration. It's a change from the ideal, you know? So when we realize that is actually innately a part of us, that we are always in flux, that ability is something that is always in flux, then we can see that in others, particularly people in power or people higher or lower up on the social hierarchy. We're able to see like, oh, we're all humble, we're all human, we all have these things about us, we're all in this transitive nature. A rich person could be a poor person the next day. A person with a great hairline may not have a great hairline the next day, you know? A person wearing a great shirt might get a bunch of ink on it the next day. You know, like we're all in this transitive state of being. So the grotesque, sort of through Bakhtin and Harpham, is about this great equalizer of transition that we ritualize often in our societies with carnival elements to sort of exaggerate things and indulge and go into excess. And then we're like, okay, now I can be normal because I drank a lot on New Year's and I ate a lot of candy on Halloween and stuff like that. And I'm putting on a spooky mask and engaging in all these things that are like a little bit taboo. And now I'm gonna chill out now. I won't sound coherent until Saturday, and I refuse to be coherent. You're seeing the connection to body horror, which you associate with the word grotesque, for sure, right? Now, do you ever feel like you derive something when you're, like, experiencing body horror in a game or a movie or a novel or something like that, nausea? Do you ever feel like you're like, you know what? Like, I wonder, I haven't seen that movie, The Substance, but I wonder about it. Like, movies like that. And Pine, I know you don't like body horror, so it's okay if you want to check out. I won't be discussing it personally. Probably not today or even Saturday, but totally okay if you gotta move to a different tab if any of that upsets you. But the body goes through so many changes. Some of them can be very traumatic. I think body horror is kind of like almost like inoculating ourselves to some of these potential bad things that could happen, You never lose skin cells. Is that true, to be fair? Interesting. You feel like the grotesque for you isn't even about stereotypical things, but more of like the bizarre which permeates mundane or pure things. Absolutely. And it does, for sure, Manny. For sure. Like, I would love to hear about your perspective on that. Like what you feel like, what bizarre things permeate like the mundanity of it all. But yeah, there's a lot that goes on that you're like, okay, out of context, that was a wild thing to witness, You cover yourself in tape so that none of your skin cells come off. You're just like moving around. The grotesque transformation of converting candy into fat into energy, so you could walk down the neighborhood. Yeah. One of my favorite. I really made this connection like 2 days ago. I was like, oh my god, do I love Halloween because it is a grotesque carnival? You're putting on masks. I'll have to tell you about the carnival and stuff, but because the carnival is a huge part of the grotesque, so that piece may not unlock yet. I should do that. It's okay. Eventually, I get back to reading. So, let's see. Okay, during carnival celebrations, it brings high and low status together. I really want to talk about how the night of the hunt is a carnival, but I'll have to save that for Sunday probably. The carnival is where we mostly see the grotesque on display. So if you think of like Disney's The Hunchback of Notre Dame, that's when they literally do carnival. Like they have a carnival, and it's this big celebration where everyone is, I think the term carnival is supposed to be at the very end of my notes. So carnival is like derives from like leaving the flesh behind. Oh damn, I don't know where I put that in notes. But the Latin for carnival is about, here you go, right, to remove the flesh. So carnivals are like, you're eating a bunch of stuff before Lent. First, because it's going to go bad, but second, because during Lent, you can't do all that stuff. So it's like a Christian ceremony. But carnival is where everything's topsy-turvy. The high society is made low, and the low society is made high. Things that are ugly are made beautiful, and things that are beautiful are thought of as ugly. I actually haven't seen the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but it is used so often as like this perfect example of the carnival because of like Topsy-Turvy Day or something like that in it. So the Night of the Hunt is a purest representation of carnival, right? Transcend the hunts, leave the flesh behind, all that stuff. I can't wait to talk about that on Saturday, Manny. But when I think of carnivals that we participate here in America, I know there are some things that happen in New York. There's some celebrations that happen in New York, and there's things that happen in the Caribbean. There's a lot of carnival celebrations in South America, but I haven't really experienced that. To me, carnival is Halloween. Masks are a big part of carnival. A kind of everyone from high to low participates in carnival kind of equally. It brings us this equity. So I feel like people young and old participate in Halloween. People of any gender do Halloween. Your boss does Halloween. The lowest paid employee is like putting on a little, cat ears and drawing on some little whiskers and stuff and saying hi to folks at reception, Like everyone, regardless. It's like secular too. You don't even have to be religious to do Halloween. It's great. You overindulge in candy. Indulgence is a big part of carnival. And it's this like yearly tradition, a little bit spiritual, but doesn't have to be like ecclesiastical. I feel like it's this wonderful equalizer where everyone gets to participate and you just get to be like free and fun and not be yourself. You can be someone completely different. A lot of folks do drag for the first time on Halloween. It's like, to me, that's the American carnival, is Halloween. And then Bloodborne, we'll talk about it more, of course, but wearing masks, everyone being equalized by the hunt, like, everyone's gonna go nuts under the moon. It doesn't even matter if they hide in their houses. They're gonna lose it anyway. Everyone's gonna be transformed by this night, this, like, incredible transformative night, where the moon rises and everyone, you know, sort of loses themselves. Okay, so a good point of reference, Naja says, Vothri. You found Vothri grotesque not because of his weight, but because of the decadent abuse of power and resources that his figure represents, right? All of Umor fits the bill for that. Yeah, definitely. And I think his body, like, is so exaggerated, and his gestures are exaggerated too, Naja. Think about when he's, like, pounding his fist like a baby. This big man, this grown man, is acting like a baby. It is a very grotesque display of power and excess that I think Vothri has in 14. It's so great because, like, Shadowbringers is one of my favorite allegories ever. It's just, like, so... There's fairies. It's so funny. I love Shadowbringers because it's like, what if we got all literary up in this piece? Would that be great? So, yes, the very allegorical Yulmar is great. They're literally eating people. That is so funny to me. It's very grotesque. I need to drink some water because I'm yapping too much. It's very grotesque, and it's also allegorical for the fact that they're, like, churning the workforce to generate this excess and literally turning them into food. Like, they're eating the poor, essentially. Dominican Republic Carnival is wild as hell. You have demon dudes who beat folks on the street with inflated pig bladders. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he talks about that in the previous chapter too. It's really fascinating. I know in some like Easter celebrations, I think even the Pope tried to intervene and tell folks in, I can't remember where, I'm so sorry, I do not know. There was some country where they were nailing people to the cross for Easter, and then the Pope was like, please don't do that, please. But for folks, it's like this incredible celebration of their religion. So, but that's that might be a bit much. For me, I don't want to get nailed to a cross. You've always seen yourself as old, even as a kid, because your disability renders your body much less able than others. You feel like that's grotesque? Well, I have to tell you, the grotesque is about a celebration, to me, with not just the carnival elements, but the fact that no one is perfect, no one is ideal, you know? I feel like it's a liberation from the idea that your body has to be perfect, that your body has to be able, you know, that your body has to always be employed in something, you know, that you can't rest, that you can't, like, a perfect body would not pee or poop, to be fair. A perfect body would do, it wouldn't, like, you wouldn't have tears where a lash wouldn't fall off. It would be perfect. And I don't know if it would be living either, because living is such a gross thing. So, I feel like the grotesque is a lens through which we can see ourselves through, but I don't know if I would call one's own body grotesque. We'll have to think about that more. Hey, oh my god, Quantum of Phallus, so good to see you. How are you? I was just catching up with folks. I hope you're doing well. How was life? Any new changes and stuff? Shadowbringers is basically Berserk's conviction arcs. Yeah, I haven't seen Berserk either. What time period was this Pope intervention that I spoke of? Okay. Let me pull it open, and then I'm gonna do my thing. Okay? Then I gotta do my research thing. But I do want to clarify this. Grotesque is being more positive about the everyday. Yeah, absolutely. Because, like, yes, it's good to strive for improving yourself. Yes, it's good to care for your body, but like you can take that to a level of obsession that is very harmful to your image of yourself. And it is harmful to your body. You know, you could harm your body trying to get it more clean than it is trying to be, you know? Like you could be like, I'm never gonna poop again because pooping is defiling my body. Somebody could think that, you know? Somebody might think that. But it's sort of a natural part of things, even though we like hide it away and stuff. Okay, so let's see. Pope intervenes, Easter celebration, nailing cross to body. Let's see. Okay. I don't see anything about the Pope intervening here, but it does say in 2024 they're still doing it. So the Pope hasn't stopped folks in the Philippines from nailing themselves to cross. It has been banned. It says it's been banned by the Catholic Church. But folks are still nailing themselves. It's coming up again this year, I bet. Folks are still nailing themselves. But then they're all just poop. Like, you gotta expel it, right? Yeah. Quantum Witcher, good to see you. Bloodborne lore stream. Hold on. Bloodborne lore stream? Sad? Because guess who never even got a PlayStation? That's rough, Quantum. But weren't you around during the Bloodborne days? Yeah. Life is mostly work, home renovations, and raising the son of Phallus. I wanted to ask, I want to have folks volunteer that information first before I ask, like, how's your son doing? Because, like, what if your son was doing really badly? I would feel bad about bringing it up. But I am so glad to hear that you are still raising up the little babe. You came because you're always down to hear about your favorite thing, Bloodborne. Am I writing a paper on it? I'm actually giving a presentation on it on Saturday. And you know how I was threatening to write a paper back in the day? I think I should just do that now. No alert on stream. Very strange. I don't know why Quantum Witcher's alert didn't come up. But thank you, Manny, for gifting that sub to Quantum of Phallus too. One of the OGs back in the day. I know you know that name, Manny. I know you recognize it. Pooping is actually the opposite of defiling your body in all respects, except for on a social cultural level, in which we see poop kind of rightfully so. Like the substance of poop is a contaminant. It can carry disease and stuff like that. And so we have pooping sequestered and stuff like that so that we're not like contaminating ourselves. But also it's become a social taboo to do it in public, in part because it would be contaminating local areas, but also because we're like, oh, shameful. Seeing the body? I don't think so. Quantum, enjoy your gift sub. Manny, I really do appreciate that. You hung around now and then, but not for a lot of it. Okay, gotcha. But what would you like to celebrate your your 87 months and your tier 3 sub? What would you like, Quantum? And Manny, is there anything you would like me to do to celebrate Quantum of Phallus's resub? So I'm really excited. I'm a part of a stream team called the Firekeepers, and they're all like Soulsborne Sekiro enjoyers, I would say. And I'm going to participate in the 10th anniversary raid train event. So this Saturday, I'm waking up early, squirrely, 6 a.m. To talk about Bloodborne and the grotesque, two things that fascinate me endlessly. Yes, exactly. The two quantums are back. The synergy. I see it. So I've got all my little notes that I've been taking. The Halloween is the carnival. All that stuff. Your little guy is fierce, impossibly handsome, blonde boy. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. That is spectacular. I feel like Bloodborne lends itself very well. 1 minute of Coolidge, grotesque Bloodborne lore. So I don't know. I will probably not be able to give you guys lore. I'm reading item descriptions and stuff like that. That's probably lore entailed in it too. But I'll do my best. Oh, don't enter the PS. Don't enter the rest mode. No. Bloodborne said I'm going to sleep. Screw you. gonna walk around in here. I still have my original character from back in the day, guys. Can you believe this? You know what else is grotesque? The depiction of the Roaring Twenties in this book you're reading. Oh, fascinating, Naja. Love that. Love. Let me see if I can. I'll try to read this in. How about I read some of my notes in Jennifer Coolidge's voice for 1 minute? How about that? Let me see if I can get something that's coherent. So we talked a little bit about the unfinalizable self. Think about Bloodborne. Trying to achieve a state of perfection, that's very different from what we think is an ideal. But like Eyes on the Inside is an ideal. Achieving godhood, kinship with the Great Ones, that is the ideal that a lot of different factions are striving for in Bloodborne. So those are very damaging things that one can do, is it try to achieve perfection. Okay, let's see if I can get some fun. How about I read some item descriptions that I found interesting? You have Tyler Perry as a Bloodborne hunter. That's hilarious, Manny. People have meaningly asked if others would poop continuously for a week or so if it meant that they wouldn't have to poop for the rest of the year. Internally, you definitely would. I mean, it would save some time, perhaps, right? I don't know if I want to be on the toilet for a week, though. Okay, let me get some Bloodborne stuff for you, Manny, to celebrate. Feel free to do whatever I deem best. Hee hee. Okay, we'll do that. I know I have some item descriptions in here. Ugh. God, I know it's in here somewhere. This is the carnival. Pregnant death. Not dying when you're pregnant. It's a different thing. How death itself is pregnant with other things. Oh God, it's around here somewhere. Some item. We'll read some item info. How would I pause this? We'll go to Bloodborne and I'll read it out of. So I don't have to find my damn notes. Let me just read it out of the game for a sec. You feel a little smarter just by tuning into this stream. Finally, I think I am balancing things out because I feel like I've been making people stupider for a while. Yes, I think my English degree is beaming upon me finally. Oh, good. Okay, let me show y'all. I got my girl Avery back. She's back. And can you just get into this? The fashion is still here. This is not a complete set. No one item in this set. Yeah, we did learn about the word turgid, didn't we? No one item in this set is like technically a part of the others. Let me do a volume check. Wait, hold on. Let me switch to a gun. I think we could turn this up a little bit. Okay, that's better. Okay, I just wanted to show off the fashion for 2 seconds. So we've got the Yamamura Hunter Cap from the DLC, of course. How do I show the other ones off? I have no idea how to tab through the system. Change equip area, like oh, there we go. Okay. The Charred Hunter garb. I think that's from Old Yarnum. The Old Hunter armbands. And then the Wine Hakama. Is that like the... That actually might be a part of the same set as Yamamura's set. But I do like these Hakama pants. These are great. Jackie, so good to see you, by the way. Sometimes you feel dumb, and that's only because you didn't know before. And now you're smarter for it, right? With the games I've inspired you to play, you don't know about intelligence, but life is overall all the better for it. That's great to hear, Quantum. Happy to hear it. So we got some fun stuff here, but all right, for Manny, I'm gonna read some interesting. I know I wanted to read about the like the Black Church set. I think that would be a good thing to check out. Don't you love this like top hat? Damn, it's so cool. Okay, let's read about that. All right, so just so you know, Quantum of Alice. I've been flexing my Jennifer Coolidge impression, and Mandy likes it quite a lot. So cool scene change away from the just chatting music to Bloodborne's audio. Thank you. You're gonna go against yourself and download Sims 4 again. Good luck with that. Here you go. So I've been reading stuff in Jennifer Coolidge's voice just for Manny, and this is to celebrate the gift sub he just gave you. So the entire of the healing church hunters, most healing church hunters are elementary doctors who understand the importance of early prevention of the scourge, achieved by disposing of victims, even potential victims, before signs of sickness manifest themselves. There you go. What have I been playing lately? This. I actually booted this up to make sure it worked today, because imagine if I can't record footage of Bloodborne, I would be so embarrassed. And it was like, I don't know, 10 a.m. or something, and I was like, what if I just played a little Bloodborne? What if I actually just played Bloodborne? And so I like left Yosefka's clinic, and I killed a few guys, and I was like, makes me want a hot dog real bad. Exactly, Jackie. Man, I just remembered how much I liked Bloodborne and wanted to play Bloodborne some more. You started Yakuza Like a Dragon. Love that. So good. Data in Star Trek once said, the most elementary and valuable statement in science, the beginning of wisdom, is I do not know. How about that? Okay, so I wanted to check out the description of an item you can use in this game, which is bells, because I was just reading in Rabelais in his Worlds that the bell is one of the central things of the carnival. So Bakhtin is saying, the image of a small tinkling bell, usually a cowbell, appears even in the most ancient carnivals as an indispensable accessory. Small bells usually found in mythical images of the Wild Army, the Wild Hunt, ooh, Witcher fans out there, and the Earl King's retinue, which in the distant period of antiquity was combined with carnival processions. Cowbells figure in the descriptions of 14th century Charivari. Remember I was telling you about Charivari or Charivari? Which is like it became this. It was this procession which people did to shame people in the community for doing bad things like beating their wives and other terrible things that you can do. And so they would make dummies of people, or sometimes just take the people out of the houses and beat them up. But they would like that later became taking a doll around the street and beating it up and like yelling at it and making a bunch of noise everywhere. So Charivari, how about that? It came up. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes. Also, shout outs to Carnival and anyone cheeked up at the Carnival. See, I love that about Carnival. I love how the Carnival is changing and evolving, and it is celebrating bodies as it always has, honestly, just with less cheeks back in the day. You thought you had lost your car registration document, but it was in the fireproof box where it should have been. Thank God you found it, though. And missed Enjoy Core Keeper. Let's see. The Wild Hunts. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool, right? Shout out to Miklosh Cage. Indeed. Grant us pies. Grant us pies. Yeah, back in the day, people would get so upset if they found out, like... Another thing was, like, if one instance of Charivari that I recall reading was a man... His wife had died, and the next day he married a much younger woman... And so they dragged his ass in the streets. They were just like, boo! You probably killed your wife. Boo! It's so funny. They're making so much noise and stuff. But then in America, in cowboy times, say like late 1800s, early 1900s, it became this like noise-making thing you did after someone got married on their wedding night when they're about to do it. So they would like... They'd be like, yeah, sure, you two can go into this caravan. Sure. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Then, like, the men and women, aside from the married couple who were in the covered wagon, like, would push the wagon into the desert and make a bunch of noise and then run away. It's just like, what the hell are you guys doing? Weird. So, as it says, Cowboys figure in descriptions of 14th century Charivari. Like I was saying, the role of bells on the clown's costume and staff is well known. We still hear the jingling of carnival bells on bridal vehicles. And sometimes they attach cans and stuff to that these days. Rabelais writes that performers wore belts with cowbells and mule bells, blah, blah, blah. Image of stolen bells at Notre Dame, of course. Okay. It would also be attached to the beards of feasting guests. It's hard to find an image picturing more strikingly, though coarsely, the logic of abusive uncrowning, destruction, and regeneration. Okay. They will revive their sound by marking the rhythm of masticating jaws. So bells and stuff. I wanted to read the, there's summoning bells in this that we use. Like, if you want a co-op in this game, you better have a bell. They give you a bell first thing. Great old bell discovered in the underground labyrinth. Its ring resonates across worlds, and the first hunter used it as a special sign to call hunters from other worlds across the gap and cooperate. That sounds like carnival to me. Hunter must use insight to ring this uncanny bell, but the benefits of cross-world cooperation are many. I don't think I did much of that back in the day. And a small resonant bell. I think this one actually heals your co-op partners. Its ring resonates across worlds. The first hunter used it. This bell resonates with its counterpart, the beckoning bell, to help hunters in other worlds. Oh, this is like it. Is this the one that you use for if you want to be summoned? Because there's one that heals you. Damn, look at all these quests I did. Good for me. I got the Vile Blood Register because I did that quest. Look at that heraldry right there. I did the League stuff. I caught all those vermin. Better believe. Which, let's talk about the ways in which... So, I will talk about the ways in which... I will. I'll even finish a sentence when I want to. But... I was telling you all about the contrast between the real body and the ideal body. The ways in which the Witch of Hemwick, Bloodborne. So the real body and the ideal body, right? The ideal body is, you know, perfect. It is not defiled in any way. It is a temple. It is perfect. No one is like that, though. Literally, no one is. Absolutely zero people are that way and never have been and all that stuff. Damn, I'm so tired. I can't remember the point I was going to make. The real ideal body. Oh, vermin, right? So there is a faction of folks in this game who seek to achieve cleanliness, purification, the removal of all men's evils and impurities. That is the Confederacy. So this is I think it's called the League of Confederates or something like that. I can't remember, but I will be remembering. There's a dude in the woods. His name is Valtier, if I recall correctly. And it is his goal. It's not. He didn't start this group. He's actually like maybe the third or fourth, maybe even fifth master of the group. In which they try to eradicate vermin, which is an item in this game. Do I have any vermin on me? Do I got any vermin on me? Y'all got any vermins on you? I'm not sure where they stored the vermin. God, love that old bell. Damn, I don't have any vermin on me? I'm so pissed. Okay, I think I might have the vermin description. Okay. Vermin are found hidden within filth, are only seen by League Confederates, and are the root of man's impurity. The League has assumed the task of finding and crushing all vermin. Perhaps there is some mercy in this madness. Those who wish to see vermin can, and those who choose to are provided with boundless purpose. So, you can also only find them if you equip the impurity rune, which is you get for joining their covenant. And Valter's own helmet description says that he has, in fact, lost the ability to see vermin long ago. So, finding impurity in others, but not in oneself, right? There's this drive in certain sects in Bloodborne of purifying things. There's other ways that folks try to purify bodies in this game, though, with fire, with Rosmarinus. There's different purification rituals we do in real life, like burning incense spiritually. There's incense stuff in this game, too. I think the Rosmarinus would be that. But there's so many ways that ritually we try to cleanse ourselves to reach an ideal. That I find interesting replicated in Bloodborne, which I feel like is at odds with kind of, instead of embracing the grotesque, it's trying to chop it up into little pieces to make it fit in a way that makes sense. Because literally the church is like dissecting people in this game. They're not just ministering blood. I have to write this down because it's a good idea. Give me a second. Church is ministering blood, but also dissecting the grotesque body to find eyes on the inside. And categorize and transform it. So, if you don't know a lot about this game, I'm gonna have to like talk a lot about this game and what it's about. I don't know why the alerts are not popping off, Tyrannus, but thanks for the 94 months. I appreciate it. Thanks for pressing the button. I appreciate it. The Vormin is stored in the balls. Hilarious. And the one reborn, the one reborn is attempt at achieving the ideal body. Manny. Isn't that funny? They're like, we're gonna make a god. So we're gonna kill everyone in this city and mush their bodies together and it's gonna be perfect. We're gonna make a god, guys. And then this like black cloud poops out this like vomit covered corpse stack that shambles around. It's like, ooh, did we make a god or did we make a mistake? And the answer is, so. Does hunting some mons in the wild count as co-working? Absolutely. Do it, Tyrannus. And also, would you like a little silly frog or something? They're not popping off, but you are. Okay, keep hunting those mons. Vermin are like Joe Hendry. They only show up if you believe in them. Or I guess like Sansa too, maybe. I don't know. Let me catch up as well. There's a scrap mechanic of Bloodborne where bells played a larger role. Like if you hit one, it would aggro all enemies in the area. You can occasionally find them in chalice dungeons. Yes, those red bells are really intriguing, aren't they, Quantum? I really do enjoy those. The chalice dungeons are so sick and also very grotto-esque, if I might say so myself. The ruins of an ancient civilization that we're building Yharnam on top of. It's very grotto-esque. You don't need to have a positive attitude all the time, Tyrannus. This little sassy frog wants to let you know that it's okay to not have a posy attitude all the time. Also, by the research, I will be participating in the Bloodborne anniversary event with the Firekeepers, which is one of the stream teams I'm a part of. So I will be taking part in this anniversary event on Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So watch out for that. So I'm doing a bunch of research so I can talk about this in a coherent way, Tyrannus. Because I've always wanted to talk about it in a coherent way. You only found one of those chalice dungeon bells. It glitched your game out for a second or two when it hit them. That's very strange, Quantum. Quantum of Phallus. Quap. So I remember hitting them several times or like accidentally hitting them or something like that. And there was also bell ringing enemies that accompanied them. Like there was a female enemy in the dungeons that would ring a bell. And I think it would do a similar thing like aggro the folks in the area. So I wanted to read the bell stuff to see if there was anything else, maybe carnivalesque about bells in this. So let's just take a look. There's a silencing blank, so that kind of disrupts. It eats the sound essentially. Let's see. Hunters are linked by the resonance of bells with special encoded timbres. This inaudible burst disrupts such resonance. It won't stop the sinister bell, though. What the hell is that sinister bell? Ain't it interesting? Now, this has nothing to do with the grotesque yet. But isn't it interesting that, like, nobles were the first ones who had these executioner gloves? Wild. Sorry about that, Quantum. I'm trying to be a little more specific. Quantum of Palace is back, Tyrannus. I think the Bloodborne is bringing the folks to the yard. The Madaros twins, I do believe, I don't know if they joined the Confederacy of the Dudes, the League of the Confederates or whatever. Don't actually know if they joined those, but I do know that they were helping the church gather bodies for investigation. I will say, probably, Gish, I remember you were saying, I don't know nothing about this game. It might be hard for me. I can't summarize this game for you today, which is funny because I love this game so much. I probably also can't summarize the grotesque for you today, but I probably will have something that can give you a general idea of what this game is about and what the grotesque is about on Saturday, and possibly like a billion-hour video later. Because I think our understanding of this game, and games in particular, is always informed by the lens through which we are experiencing them, and our interpretation of like links between items, links between an item and an NPC, or lore and stuff like that, when we try to derive meaning from items and stuff, I think is such a great exercise in interpretation that links up with this game's theme of insight, as much as it also links up with the theme of the grotesque, which one of the main functions of the grotesque, as argued by Jeffrey Gall Harpham, because he has a more literary theme of the grotesque, is that the grotesque turns a mirror from itself onto us. It's through perceiving the grotesque, engaging with it, becoming it, that we're able to better understand ourselves, better understand each other, and develop the sense of like equity between humanity. Sort of humbles all of us and takes us down to the same level, because we're all just like weird hairless apes anyway. We're just all ambling about and doing our important things and stuff like that, but at the point of it, we're all fleshy bodies that poop and pee. So the grotesque is this incredible way of turning the mirror on us about our perception and our insight. So I'm very excited to talk about how on Saturday, hopefully when I get to it, hopefully I don't spend literally 2 hours giving you definitions. That would be so boring. Hopefully I'll be able to talk about that on this Saturday. You never cared for the way that FromSoft hides the majority of world building away in items in nooks and crevices. Crevices. I think that is because so many of the games they make are like grotesque bodies, Quantum. Deep cavities that are open and inviting, and by stitching these things together, by exploring these strange cavities, I do think it is remarkable that every FromSoft game is in this ruined state, right? It's Dark Souls 1. It's in a shambled up world, right? The fire is dying and the Age of Darkness might begin. If you don't literally throw your body on the fire at the very end of it, you're going to usher in an Age of Darkness. Dark Souls 2 and 3 have very similar themes where there's this ruined world. Bloodborne, of course, I'll show you Yharnam. It's beautiful, honestly. Think of how beautiful Yharnam was before Gehrman was like, yeah, I can do this hunt thing. Look at this gilded world, right? This is transportation we're talking about. This is like if your bus had like pimped out wheels and stuff. This is a gilded carriage with lace curtains, fine black veneer. The material aspect of Yharnam is so rich, and it's also ancient. It's like so old as well. Even things like public utilities. Look at their sewage system. First off, they have a sewage system. That's pretty incredible. But like, look at the sheer level of ornamentation here. It used to be really beautiful, pristine. Copper manhole covers with grotesques and arabesques on it. We have swirling lines. We have floral incorporations here. The lighting of the streets, you have all these floral scrolls. ornate lampposts, very suggestive of a very affluent area. Even something as this lever, which deploys a ladder, which probably is like a utility ladder. I can't imagine they're like, okay, Gilbert, who lives at the top of this thing, why don't you take a walk up a ladder every day? Like, this is probably just a utility access area, right? Even this. Oh, let me get my torch out. Hold up. You know I gotta have that torch on me. I had the torch on me the whole first run of Bloodborne because I was like, oh my god, look at this. Even this lever, which is a utility of the city of Yarnum, has incredible ornamentation on it, a floral design in the center, surrounded by scrolls. There's almost a fish-like grotesque here, where we see this, like, kind of almost dolphin shape feeding into another floral shape, ending in a spiral. Junji Ito fans should be terrified right now, shaking in your boots, all these spirals. We should also go back and look at the clinic. This is a freaking clinic that it's supposed to serve the people of Yarnum. Forget all these iron posts with incredible ornamentation on them as well. Like, literally everything in Yarnum is ornamented. It was once so beautiful, so pristine. But we find it in this state of ruin, of course. In this transition. It is not fully ruined, right? It's not dead. Yarnum is still pulsing with life. Even before I even talk about this, right? You gotta fight a werewolf before you get out here. But one of the other, like, big what the hell is going on here moments for me when I first played Bloodborne, I forgot how to run in this game. You turn here and it's like corpse. Instantly. Big dead horse right away. Except even this dead horse is in a state of transition, right? It might be decaying, but it is still pregnant with life. It is the host of this kind of fungal plant matter that's growing out of it. Excuse me, I'm getting really dry. Hold on. Hi, Clamp. Good luck with your work in your lurk. So, Yarnum is in this state of decay. It's not dead. It's not alive. It used to be very vibrant and thriving, but as the hunt wears on, it becomes in this ruined state, which we find in a lot of FromSoft games, which I love. I love this, like, it used to be this one way, and you can only find out about what it possibly was, one, with your own interpretive imagination, and two, by reading things like the item lore, or some guy's shirt or whatever might suggest something, or a statue might be of a person. You're like, that person looks a lot like this person, you know? I'm gonna have to, like, write in points where I will be like, stop talking, start breathing. So, are the grotesque statues they put on architecture in real life to scare away demons and bad spirits so effective because incorporeal beings can't relate to the subject matter? Who knows, Dave? We actually have an incorporeal demon or being in this game in the form of Erdin, the Great One. This rune you can equip at some point. Let me see. How do I equip a rune? I don't even remember. Where's Erdin, the formless one? Right? The Great One, Erdin, lacking form, exists only in voice and is symbolized by this rune. Human or no, the oozing blood is a symbol, or is a medium of the highest grade in the essence of the formless Great One, Erdin. So blood itself is the essence of this formless thing, this thing that one cannot cut into different, specific, perfect definitions or categories, or something like that. So perhaps, I wonder if Erdin would like the form of this rune, Dave, because maybe he's like, that's what I look like. Maybe on Tuesday I look like that, but not today. But yeah, maybe they're like, ew, I don't want to go to this church. They have a bad picture of me up on it. It's like if someone was scrolling through your photos and was like, oh, this blurry photo where Tina took a picture of herself from literally chin level because she thought she was setting up the camera app, but accidentally took a picture of herself on her birthday of her nostrils and everything. Let's use that on the church facade. So I love the idea. There's, of course, the greater, easy to comprehend idea of grotesque bodies on display. Also carnivals. The hunt is the carnival. Those are really good concepts to grasp on. But I do want to talk about what you were saying, Quantum, of like it is challenging. And it's okay to not like it, Quantum. Totally okay to not like it. Juan, so good to see you, by the way. How are you? I'm caught up in talking about one of my favorite subjects. And Tyrannus is right. I know enough about Bloodborne to know that I don't know enough to actually explain it. It's very hard to sum up this whole game in one thing because so much happens and the timelines are really weird. You know, you type grotesque in chat before you can help but think that it's a great title for a spore type game where the point is to design an Eldritch. I love that. And thank you, Tess. Welcome back, and thank you for the 38 months. Gave me a little chuckle every time you saw it as my profile picture for the brief time it was on there. Oh, yeah, that's right. The picture of me on my birthday, yeah. Do you think Erden is a formless juggalo in its spare time? I think it's all things, really. Love this eyeshadow. Thank you. I thought I'm done wearing just brown eyeshadow. I gotta wear something fun. I'll probably be back to wearing brown eyeshadow tomorrow. So, for you, Tess, your pain can be transformed, your trauma can be transformed, and your anger can be transformed. That's right. You can make it work for you. I believe in you, Tess. Especially if you get pissed off at something that's happened and you're like, you know what? I am gonna this one thing rubs me the wrong way, so I'm about to be a problem for everyone who's doing it, you know. You love this frog card. It's surrounded by good vibes, which I want you to know you are being surrounded by. Getting fruits and veggies in your grocery order. Love that because you're feeling the spring. Excellent. Yeah, Formless Erden does definitely look like a rune. We can also look at its like unbloodied state where it's a little more grayed out. It definitely looks like a face. So it could be a face with a little nose and a smiley face and the blood dripping. It could also be a person. Let me see. I'll probably have to come over here. Position 2? No, that doesn't really help. Well, maybe. Let's see if this will work. Oh man, I'm gonna be sweaty. Please don't laugh at how sweaty I am, please. It could be doing this, like a person standing in front of a congregation, like speaking to the followers. Yeah. Please don't zap me. Please don't zap me. Okay, I'm okay. I hate being zapped so much. Anyway. So it could be like a position 1, Tiny. Petition 1. Thank you. Could be someone speaking to a congregation of followers. It could be kind of an inversion of the Hunter's Rune, which probably we have up here. Where the hell is it? There you go, the Hunter's Rune. So you can see kind of a similar form in this where it is like an upside down person. You can even see the foot at the top of it. Oh, you can't actually see Jack Diddley because I'm on top of it. In the Hunter Rune, you see a lot of folks hung like this all throughout Yharnam, the Forbidden Woods. Even in, I think in the Challenge Dungeons, it's been literally like at least 8 years since I played Bloodborne. It's 100% dripping clown makeup, but isn't it cool that it's all up to interpretation? Like, what do you also think about the Impurity Rune? This is for the Confederates of the League who exist in the Forbidden Woods, and as soon as you join their guild, you start seeing vermin in everybody. As long as you want to. And sometimes when you don't, because the Moderus twins saw vermin existing even within the snake that raised them. If you're getting a tattoo of the Hunter's Mark, it'd be sick. It'd be pretty dope. So I feel like these symbols are very suggestive of different things. Even this one, I love this one. Not that one. Who gives a name about that one? The corruption symbol looks so much like an Asclepian staff. The the stave that is encircled by twin snakes. This one is supposed to be the Vile Bloods, though. You would think it'd be the Healing Church, right? That would have something like this, kind of twining snake pattern. But I think it's actually supposed to resemble perhaps more like DNA, in the way that these sort of things twist around each other. Oh, this big old hand one is just like, you know what it is. Get big. Let's get big arms, everybody, in 2025. Is the camera position a trifle off? It's because I'm usually sitting like this, but I'm like excited about what I'm talking about. So I really do appreciate To be fair, you redeeming talk about your hyperfixations because that's every day for me. Well, it's gonna be every day when I'm talking about this. You're seeing a dude dribbling a bunch of basketballs for sure, for sure. But you can also see in this the centipede that they're looking for, right? But only if you're looking hard enough. If you want to see the centipede in this, like the Confederates want you to see, then you will see the centipede in this. Other than it's just a guy dribbling 6 basketballs, right? Yes, if we dedicated ourselves to the gym every day, we could get big arms. One big beefy arm. Let's Trogdorify ourselves. Don't get unexcited. I don't think I could be unexcited. We never learned more about the enigmatic Carol rune. Enigmatic one? Is there one called the enigmatic one? Impurity, beast embrace, milkweed. I love milkweed so much. Look at this kind of like, to me, and this is not important, but to me, milkweed kind of looks like, see the thing at the end that looks like a pea? I see that as a skull laying down and then something growing from the body, like some fungal thing growing in the body. And as we know, fungus also shoots its roots way down too. The milkweed rune allows you to, with certain weapons, transform into a lumen wood. I wonder if do I have the thing? Let's use it. Oh, I gotta change it at the workshop. Damn it. Ah, that's how you switch them. Damn, I forgot. You can become this literal plant creature. Don't even get me started. Because I'm already started. It's unfortunate. But runes are ways to augment yourself. And also, there's blood crystals in which you can augment your weapons. Transformation is a huge theme in Bloodborne. So this is going to be so obvious, I feel like. But your weapon can transform. So here's my amygdalin arm. Let me get back to runes, I promise. But Bloodborne is all about transforming, right? The main gimmick in Bloodborne is transforming weapons. So I'm using this weapon from the DLC. It's called the amygdalin arm. If I hit this button, I've transformed the arm. So it used to be this like supple swinging thing, and now it's big, dumb chicken bone. One of my favorite weapons. It's like a little chicken wing. You can just beat the hell out of people with it. Look at this. You know how people I kill with this? Boom. Chicken wing. Wild wings. Oh, you mean Carol, the maker of the runes. We never learned much about them, right? Lost to time. Lost to the hunt probably long, long ago, Quantum. It's one of those things that kind of like teases you, but there's never a true definition of it. I love this game. And many of the FromSoft games. I feel like that meme of Jamie Lee Curtis when she's like so pissed off drinking water. Because I feel like interpretation is playing the game, you know? It is playing with the game, playing with the things that they have left on the playroom floor for you to investigate and, like, make dreams of. So, there are so many ways in which you transform your body in this game. Of course, you can transform your weapon. It's literally the gimmick of the game. It's like, you know how Nintendo loves their gimmicks? They're like, now it has motion controls. Now it's Skyward Sword. You gotta stab your sword down, but it's actually a Wiimote. You know, like, they love gimmicks. FromSoft loves a gimmick, too. The gimmick of Sekiro is, like, hookshotting everywhere. And the gimmick of this game is the transformation weapons, of course. You still have your healing things, which is blood that you're injecting into your leg. And you still have, you know, kind of like, I don't know if the mana translates as well, but you do have like parrying abilities and stuff like that. There's so much that carries over from each FromSoft game to the next. But I do enjoy the gimmick in this one because I think it's very true to the narrative and also kind of the way we experience the narrative. Sort of, what are they? Everyone knows about ludonarrative dissonance, right? This is ludonarrative harmony. Everything about this game is transformative. And by the end of the game, you are transformed as a player. And you have become a Bloodborne enjoyer. Let me tell you that. I can tell you that for free. From the literal first like 8 seconds of this game, your body is immediately augmented. I should start up a new file so I can show you all, but you start this game laying in a bed and this guy's like, oh, you came from out to get some blood, huh? Okay, cool, I'm gonna start juicing you up now. And he like doesn't say that exactly, but before you can even create your character is immediately like infused with beast blood. So you become this inhuman thing from the very beginning. I can't believe I'm losing my voice already. This is terrible. Yosefka won't say hi to me. Damn it. So the idea of transformation is something I really want to talk about more on Saturday. But let's go run around Bloodborne for a second, and then I'll do some more reading in my book, huh? Oh, one thing I want to show you that's not important, but it is fun. Do you guys want to see a fun texture? So, love these tables. Again, this speaks to the material opulence of Yharnam. How it used to be a beautiful place that is now in this decayed state, like the grotesque body. How do I change my perspective? Can I look over my other shoulder? I wish to God I could. Oh. Okay. I don't think I can look over my other shoulder. But that's literally a door knocker texture. Do you see the little black tile there? I'm waving my wand so you can see it light up and go away. They put a little black tile under this door knocker texture. Because you have to have something there. But they just put little door knockers on the end of this table. Isn't that cute? I love it. These tables are very interesting to me in that you shouldn't need a saw to perform a blood transfusion. That's weird. That's not what you need for blood transfusions. Also, on this table, there's straight up poison. Right there. It just straight up says poison. You shouldn't need poison to perform some blood transmissions. You shouldn't also need all these surgical implements too. What the hell are you doing? So it's very clear in this life-giving place you're supposed to be healing yourself. You're supposed to be getting healed in this clinic. People are literally being experimented on from the jump. You love to poison your eggs. How do you like your poisoned eggs in the morning? Scrambled? Soft? So from the very jump, Yosefka, who I think is often seen as a positive character, is still participating in the dissection of these grotesque bodies in order to augment them and learn from them and learn how to create the ideal body from them. I know later Yosefka, the NPC, is replaced by an imposter Yosefka. That is... okay. I would love to know in the actual game files if there are two separate NPCs or if people have interpreted there as being two separate NPCs. Because at some point, Yosefka first tells you, please don't come in here, I'm trying to heal people and you're going to make them sick. Later, when you return to Yosefka, she says, if you have anybody you want to send here, this place is chill. Please bring them by. I would love to help them out. If you send anybody to her clinic, she does experiments on them and turns them into celestial beings. These weird mushroom-looking boys. God, I don't know why my throat is so dry. Maybe it's because I've been talking nonstop for an hour and a half. So, I think the theory is that there's two separate Yosefkas. However, this Yosefka is still operating on people and dissecting them to look within, you know. I don't know if that's healing as much as it is. There's two separate models of Yosefka. Okay. Because there's a lot of discussion about Souls games, which is based on a kind of aggregate knowledge that we attain by not just playing the games and looking at the game files, but also our own interpretations of information that's then presented as truth, which is not a bad thing, but it's still an interpretation instead of the actual text itself. So I find that very interesting when folks talk about the lore of certain Souls games. It is, I find a way of dissecting the game, which can be very limiting. You know, when we're like, actually, so-and-so on YouTube said that this manhole cover is where Garen's real body is. You know, the rest of it's stuck in the dream, but this is where his real body is. And because so-and-so said it on YouTube, it's got to be true and every other interpretation is false, right? So I think it's good to have a little bit of leniency when it comes to interpreting any kind of text, especially a wonderful game like this, you know? Ever notice in Hunter's Dream how Garamond mass ordered copies of How to Pick Up Fair Maidens? It's so funny, yeah. Let me grab this. Let me yank this. You came to say hi. Dosh, so good to see you. You had a dress rehearsal last night. You were sweating your butt off in a beast costume. Oh no. Uh-oh. How are you going to manage that? How are you going to manage that for like the actual performance? Isn't that great? There's our cleric beast. Ooh. Sounding so good. So, we got our first little Lampy Poo, our first little chattable NPC.
Oh, you must be a hunter.
Love it.
And not one from around here either.
Good old Gilbert.
I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider.
You got this,
Dosh.
Dosh.
Time of it. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. Well, I don't think I could stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done.
So I think Gilbert
this
has...
town is cursed. Whatever your reasons might be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good.
So Gilbert's been receiving blood ministrations, right? It's ironic. Most of the good YouTuber guys always preface their stuff by saying it's all their interpretation and not gospel set in stone. Yeah. But then folks who watch those videos are like, this is my gospel set in stone. You know, a lot of folks like, I don't think there's anything wrong with having your opinion informed by somebody else's opinion. But saying that it is the truth is not true because it is an opinion, right? But I think there can be kind of a calcification of ideas and opinions that then becomes like hardened fact, you know. There's some adolescent turtles who studied ninjutsu under that manhole cover. Oh my god, I think you're right about that. I think I saw a documentary about that. I think it was called the Tootin' Mean Age Needle Teetles. I'm not sure though. So we got good old Gilly. I think he has a few lines.
What do you say? Never heard of it.
The note in Josephus clinic says,
But
seek
if
the
it's
pale
blood you're
bloods and
interested
hunt.
in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yarnum lies the town
Love
of the
Gilbert's
Healing
voice.
Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. And deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood. Or so they say. Yarnumites don't share much with outsiders. Normally, they wouldn't let you near the place, but the hunt is on tonight. This might be your chance.
Damn, Gilbert sounds just like me, always coughing. You hate to go because you're having a ton of fun, but the wife of Phallus and you're having a date night. Yay! Enjoy your date nights. You're going to go to a sushi making class in honor of your wedding anniversary. Happy anniversary. Love to hear that, Quantum. Enjoy your sushi. Thank you so much for being here. It was so good to see you again. Go make some delicious sushi. Let me hit up this little... See, there's also bells. There's bells on the lamps, too. God, I love that. Never noticed. Oh, look at my... I think I put my little boys in different hats back at the Hunter's Dream. You can get fun little hats to put on the boys. I forgot about that. The cosmetics you can do in this game are so ridiculous. Like, I think I could put little pilgrim's hats on them, too. Hi, Dark Star Slayer. Good to see you. Fun to see that the take a note of this. The what was this thing called? This little lamp. Shoot, it said like ignite the something or other. Lamp used to travel to Hunter's Dream. Has bells atop it. Bells are an important part of Carnival, so. Yours is wearing little top hats. Let's go to the Dream. Didn't know if we could actually go to the Dream without dying. I think you have to die first, and then you get the little cutscene of going to the Dream. So that's a bonfire. Thanks, Swafa. Yeah. Colloquially known as a bonfire. Oh, here's the cutscene. So usually you die to get this cutscene. They pretty much expect you to die to a big werewolf that's guarding the door out of Yosefka's clinic. So this is usually how you wake up in the Hunter's Dream. I also, I don't know if at this point they expect you to have any insight either, which you typically gain by using Madman's Knowledge, which is a consumable item in the game, or I think by defeating certain enemies you can gain insight as well. So interestingly enough, I do have enough insight that the doll should be living. But currently, she's out. This is an abandoned doll, huh? Okay, I think I need Gehrman's permission before I can use her. Oh, I forgot about those little dudes on the thing. Is this a fresh new game plus? It is, yeah. It's sort of fresh because when I booted this up, I had killed the wolf at the beginning of Yosefka's clinic. And, but I hadn't opened the door. So I guess I had, thought about starting a new game plus on this. So this might be NG plus 2. I'm not sure. Usually give that werewolf a colonoscopy, yeah? Exploring the crevices as it is. So here we are in the Hunter's Dream. This is a kind of transitive state between reality, between the sort of, I suppose, tangible world of Yarnum, and then look at all my little boys. Usually don't start with this many boys in this cup. I got hella boys in this cup. Look at look at they're gassing me up too. They're like, she's back, let's go! The brainworms are back. Woo woo woo, we got a beer for you. Here's a cold one. I love these little guys so much. These are one of my favorite parts of Bloodborne. Of course, they are grotesque in and of themselves. The big, some features of the grotesque include big eyes and noses, gaping mouths, all the concavities and extremities that sort of invite the world in and pierce into the world are things that are sort of classed as grotesque. In Bakhtin's definition in his examination of Rabelais and his world. He talks about these features that are exaggerated at carnival time, like big open mouths. You can jam a lot of tasty things in and drink a lot of alcohol and thus defile your body. The nose protrudes into the world too, so you'll see in a lot of caricatures people have their noses exaggerated. Pregnant bellies, or sort of big full bellies, are exaggerated on the grotesque body. Of course, genitalia, and any holes that you got going on, so like buttholes and, whether you got an innie or an outie, usually that's exaggerated. Big butts are exaggerated too in the grotesque body. So there's all these features which sort of push into the world and receive from the world, and those kind of transitive parts of the body, the parts that we used to sometimes commune with each other, that we used to commune with the world. We smell and we intake the world, we eat and we intake the world, we pee out into the world or poop out into the world, we sometimes do sexual congress with each other and go into each other's worlds. All these parts of the body are often exaggerated in the grotesque and the carnivalesque. So these little guys in and of themselves with their eye holes, like only a few of them I think of actually. This little guy up front has kind of a little white eye that is gazing upwards, but most of them are eyeless, so they have these big holes in there. And they usually have these gaping mouths. Look how yonic this guy's mouth is. Kind of a suggestive of a vagina there. The rest of them are kind of toothed. I love this guy in the back. He's hyping me up. This is all I need, honestly, in life. If I'm ever feeling down, let me look at these little dudes. Because, like, they are gassing me up for sure. You feel like saying big bellies are grotesque is a bit antiquated. Sorry, feel free to hit me with a little cheeky 24-hour time. Yeah, Gina, that's not very body positive of you, right? But these are the features, like, that through which we perpetuate life. Is hard to live very long if you're not eating. Hard to live very long if you're not expelling. And we can carry on making life by inducing pregnancies and things like that. By participating in Congress. So these are all, like, life-giving, but also devouring, you know? Like, the big belly has consumed the life of another, and the mouth has chewed up the life of the plants and the meats and the other things like that. So grotesque parts of the grotesque body, you know, these exaggerated parts of the grotesque body, all have that, not two sides of the same coin, but the same metals to make the coin. Life and death are one in the grotesque. They're the opposites function almost at the same time, you know. So you take life and you grant life with the mouth and other exaggerated things. And these little boys are about to grant me some hot sales, baby. Look, they're so happy I'm engaging in capitalism. They're like, yes. Let me acquire items. I love acquiring items. I do love a hand lantern. That's right, I do have that, but I don't... Do I have that not on me? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Sorry, little fellas. Let me just get into my inventory here. Do I not have the lantern equipped? What the hell? Where is my lantern? How do I put that thing? Oh, maybe I already have it on. I think I already have it on. Potentially. Is it a... Where is it at? Is it a key item? Is it a consumable? Did I miss it? Maybe I don't have it on this character. Let me buy it. Hey boys, I gotta buy something. You're actually honestly thinking that perceptions of beauty has changed dramatically over the past 100 years. Somewhat, but there's still a lot of, like Twafo's pointing out, there's still a lot of shaming with anything that's projecting out into the world. I bet I already have one of these damn things. Oh, it's a number held 1. Okay. Did they get rid of it? Where is it? Show me the lantern. Oh, we do love a bastard of Loran, don't we? Check out this little bastard. Remains of an infant infected by the scourge, harbinger of curses, and a symbol of defilements. Big theme in the grotesque, let me tell you. I love it, like, literally in the grottos of Yharnam, in these chalice dungeons, which so many people don't play, and it makes me so sad. Y'all should be in these chalice dungeons. So good, you find some of the most grotesque things. I tell you, this is somebody's spine, dude. It's so wild. And of course, this red jelly is an infant, literally in and of itself. You like big butts before it was hip? That's true. Man, I gotta go pee so bad. I should take a break at 6. Let me take my meds and take a break at 6. What else? Let me go talk to this man about his doll. Because we're gonna need to ambulate. We're gonna need to get around. I have no places to awaken. Oof, I'm gonna have to load a previous save or something where we're making progress. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to play a lot of Bloodborne to get where I need to be, and I need to not yap while I'm doing it, so it's gonna be impossible for me. What's up, Garamond? So, Garamond. Such a great example. I love Garamond so much. I'm so glad he exists in this game. Garamond is the host of this I would say, okay, how do I phrase this? Because I don't think he's the host of the Nightmare. I think Mikolash? Is Mikolash called the host of the Nightmare? Garamond has to live so that the hunter's dream can be perpetuated, so that the moon presence, spoilers, and Mikolash is the host of the nightmare, that's right. Which is wild, because is that the host of the hunter's nightmare? Or just like the nightmare? Oh, he's the host of Nightmare Mensis. There's a lot of gods that were like, okay, you want to mess around with this? You get to be my little buddy now. So Garaman is, as we can see, wheelchair bound. He is an amputee. Like many folks in Yarnum end up being, just judging by all the hacksaws everywhere. He lost his leg probably in the hunt, possibly due to decay. But he is the host of the hunter's dream, this kind of transitive space we find us in, where all hunters will return upon joining the hunts. Once you get initiated into this ritual, you will return to this hunt, and your quest to seek the pale blood will continue. He is kind of trapped here by the moon presence, which is one of these great ones. Not like formless Erden, but the moon presence is a great god that is just sort of sucking up everything that humanity's got to offer. Largely blood, I'd imagine. Through its kind of contract it has with Garaman. As Garaman sends more hunters into Yarnum as a sacrifice, basically. You're thinking that big people were more worshipped, as plenty of food was seen as having tremendous wealth back in the day. That is true for some cultures, to be fair. Definitely for some cultures, yeah. It's probably ancient Vod that has someone saying, this gal used to use a dang torch so much she forgot to buy that lantern. I bet. Is that an offhand equip item? Is the damn lantern... Now, where the... No, it's not. Where do you put the lantern? I need to know. Oh. But how am I going to use my monocle if I'm using my lantern? Wait, Wait, hold up. Girl, what am I doing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, you get them both at the same time. I can't believe I forgot about that, Manny. That's wild. Anyway, you guys want to just real quick see the how to get maidens. Yeah, how to pick up fair maidens. So wild. He's got a few copies of it. I mean, he made a doll of one of his favorite hunters, so... Now, this text is interesting as I kick it around, because it kind of looks like... I actually wonder if I can flip it. This text kind of looks like the Vile Blood tome that you get. Pop that up right now. Where is it? Where'd I put you? It's in the runes, isn't it? Is that inventory? I think it's... Nope. We were just looking at this moments ago. Why the hell was I looking at that? How was I looking at that item? Were we just looking at that, or was I looking at that offline? Perhaps I was looking at that offline. Man, there is like a tome that has an emblem on it of like, I think it's like 2 lions back to back. Okay. I'm so glad we have background music though. This is the best part of it. Let me put my torch away. Actually, I should have my gun out in case I accidentally stab this guy. It'll disrupt the dream. You have a screenshot of Tina from 2016 staring at some people she lit on fire with a smile. You can't do that in this game. Beasts do not like fire. Also, give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna take a quick break. I know 6 o'clock is usually, like, I just take my meds usually then, but I have been drinking so much water because I've been talking so much that I need to take a brief break and go use the restroom. I gotta go defile my body real quick. And when I return, I might actually do some reading. We'll see. We'll sit in Bloodborne and do some reading. I think that would be a good idea. So I'll see y'all soon. Man, I remember being so obsessed with the rugs in Bloodborne. Let me show y'all. Now, I need to stop yapping so much and actually do some reading. Just thinking about how, like, damn, I need to get some actual work done on this presentation so I can not sound like I currently sound, which is sort of a little helter-skelter. It's so interesting that these are all teal rugs, though. I love it. It's good complementary colors, let me tell you. Because you have this, like, deep cherry wood here, which is kind of an orangish hue, and then it's contrasted very nicely by these teal carpets. So it's very readable in terms of, like, locations you can go to in Gehrman's library here. Which is now the Hunter's Workshop. You're because you had an appointment, only to get called after waiting for 2 hours to be told they want to reschedule. Oh my god, that sucks so much, Gish. I hate that. I hate that for you. That sucks so much. To have to wait that long and then be delayed further is cruel and unusual, let me tell you. Sorry that happened to you today. So, let me get the ability to talk to this doll.
You must be the new hunter.
I know, I need to actually do
Welcome to the hunter's dream.
the reading now, the work. I gotta do the work, to be fair.
This will be your home for now.
Oh, it's how lovely.
I am Gehrman, friend.
So interesting that he like can't find
to be in a fine haze
the right title for
now,
himself.
Don't think too hard about it.
Don't think too hard about it. Just get out there and kill some guys.
Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good.
I think at the start, Gehrman has a very low estimation of what you can achieve.
It's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it.
This is what he tells everybody who comes to the dream. Everyone who wakes up after their blood transfusion and has the strength to fight, you know. The aesthetics of this room are Gagisha. Let me tell you. The way I spent 30 minutes in this room the first time I played this video game, the way it took me an hour and a half to get out of Yosefka's clinic was actually criminal. It was so criminal. I was like, oh my god, guys, look at this. But, I mean, look at this. There's a dude in here. There's like an old sea captain engraved on this. The material wealth of the people of Yharnam is not to be underestimated. And this area is actually the recreation of a real workshop, which you can find in the game, which has the original version of the doll kind of leaned against this wall here. Unusable, of course. Not alive, because why would she be? She's a doll. Except she will be alive shortly when I go talk to her. But yeah, the material wealth on display here is really fine. This is really great furniture. This is actually kind of, I wouldn't say it's like vernacular furniture or anything, or like folk furniture, but this reminds me of like early American furniture, this little side table. And then this just kind of screams opulence. All these books, first off, is a material display of wealth, if this was a real place. But it's also kind of this, it's encased in this very richly ornamented stuff too. I wonder if we can read that book. I think it says like Cicero on it. Do you have full stream recording? I don't, because back in the day I was like, no one would want to watch a full playthrough of this. I should just highlight the boss fights. That's what everyone's excited about. So I just have the bosses. I wish I had my blind first playthrough of this game. If I can go back in time, I would save that playthrough. If I only had to save one, it would be that one. Let me take my meds so I can actually work later. Actually do some reading. You had the whole thing in your memory banks? That's great, Devontae. All those precious moments. Let me take my meds. I know! I was like, who would want to watch this? Me! I want to go back and watch it. Though also, it was recorded on my little Avermedia. The thing would hemorrhage. It would so hemorrhage frames and all that stuff. Oh, our little storage box. We love it. I've got a hand lantern in here. Hilarious. Oh, yeah, the choir bell. That's the item I was looking for earlier. A special hunter tool of the choir, high-ranking members of the church, fashioned it for a bell that projects an arcane sound across the planes of distance. The sound of this smaller silver version of the bell doesn't cross planes, but it grants vigor and healing. Okay. Interesting. I love this little weird-ass guy. I think they were trying to soft launch Elden Ring with this one. This is an Elden Beast for sure. Look at that creepy little cosmic boy. Love it. I know. I wish you could have watched that too. As a fellow lore enjoyer, you're depressed him as I know. What a bummer. I have replayed Bloodborne since then, but like I think at the time I was sort of chasing like I wanted to do an architectural tour of Bloodborne. I've tried that twice, but it wasn't driving a lot of conversation. So it's probably better suited for a YouTube video, you know, where I can take my time and record some footage and talk about like, this is inspired by this, and like, check out this statue, isn't this interesting at this charnel house, yada yada yada. So I feel like at some point when I have time, which of course I don't, I'm literally carving into Deadly Premonition time right now by playing this. And will be possibly, to be fair, I might actually be doing this. I might be doing co-working streams for the rest of the week up until Saturday. So I may not be able to play Tell Me Why this Thursday. If it's really late, if you took the day off of work to watch me play Tell Me Why, I will play it tomorrow, I promise you. But, you know. Oh, your old Bayonetta 1 and 2 and Demon's Crest VODs? I've never heard of Demon's Crest. You've heard me talk about architectural tour of Bloodborne. It's something that exists within my mind that I want to make real someday. But the idea of recording more footage and stuff, it's just not possible for me right now, unless I'm literally doing it on stream. Oh yeah, did he tell me I could use the doll as I wish?
This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their
Good old
weapons.
FromSoft. They did not want to be
And
animating
flesh.
mouths moving.
We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find.
So this dude is one of the end bosses of the game, by the way. He will get up and whip your ass in half. And did to me. You almost did something that would derail the stream? Oh no, now I gotta know about it, Devontae.
This was once a
Oh.
You're well, even the doll. Should it please you?
It's a wild thing to say, old man. What do you mean by that? A lot of people interpret that to be like creepy, gross stuff, like Gehrman is having sex with his doll or something like that, but the doll is your way of transmuting blood into strength. So I think that's what he means, you know? Knowing today that the likelihood for tomorrow is perfectly fine. Okay, I just want to let you know it's a possibility. Can I just hit these things up? Oh yeah. Yeah. From the jump, I can just do this? That's so great. Yeah. We could go to these. I could do one of the hardest chalices. Let me just get into this. What if I just went to the bottom of the chalice dungeon, which takes so many dozens of hours to do? Do you know how much time is on this save file, by the way? Oh my gosh, Jen, hello. I'm doing research right now. I can't wait to talk about this and the grotesque on Saturday. So excited to talk about one of my academic research interests and hyperfixations with everybody. The doll is your way of transmuting blood into strength. So you're saying the doll makes you turgid. Yes, Snake. I'm saying the doll makes you turgid. I think this is literally Queen Yarnum's boss arena. So is she dead right now? She dead. Is she dead? Do I have to start a new game to fight her? Ah, Beans, she is dead. Oh wait, look at all these weird ass spider webs. When did they get here? Does she have spider webs in her boss fight area, or is this a wrong area? I guess this is the literal bottom of the chalice dungeons and they don't respawn bosses. But this is the grotto-esque area as I was talking about if you weren't here earlier, I was talking about the grottos, which they discovered Nero's Golden Palace in Rome. In about the 1500s, it had been abandoned for about 1500 years. The palace had been paved over. They had built monuments on top of it. The Colosseum is adjacent to it. So it had been forgotten for the very longest time. I'm betting there's a dude around one of these corners who's going to have to kick my butt in half. So deep under the ground, they found all this new art, these amazing frescoes, all these like strange symbols and stuff. It was a cultural revitalization. A renaissance, one could even say. In the 1500s, it lasted through... Hey, there's our boys! Some Celestials. Lasted through about the 1800s. Look at these boys. Look at these boys. This gaggle of gooey boys. You do have something next Thursday. If we don't do it tomorrow, could you swap it with a day in April? Yeah, maybe I'll change it around with the other game I was going to play. A Sea of Stars, I think it is. Maybe do it in June as Pride Month. That's a possibility too. So I think of the Chalice Dungeons as being in the same way that I'm about to get my ass kicked, I think, a little bit. Let's just see what they do. Maybe they're friendly. Oh my god, they're not friendly. Why did I think they were friendly? Boys! 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 Boys, don't do it! How do I heal? I don't remember. Ah, Christ. Ah, piss. Oh, it's this one. That's right, I forgot about that. You're about to get it. Boom. Oh no, I missed. Oh! They have that Dark Souls Scrimbly Boy moveset. I love the Scribble Boys. Karate chopping? I'm not even using my weapon? This is outrageous. I really haven't played this game in about 10 years, have I? Okay, don't look at this, Jen. Don't see me being bad at the game. Just remember that I was once good. Remember my ideal self, not the grotesque self I find myself being in this transitive state of relearning the game. So, I was saying about the grottos. So, they discover these, like, bloodletting beasts. They discover the eldritch ancients in these grotesque dungeons. The Chalice Dungeons. I thought there were more boys. Uh-oh. Oh, Christ. Oh, no. Was that a bloodlicker? Oh, no. That's just a beast. But they're all kind of ambling around, huh? They forgot about me. That's good. You know what Bloodborne really is about? Ancient aliens. Don't bring the ancient aliens here. I can't wait. Ancient America's updated with a new video, and I promised myself if I can make a coherent presentation for Saturday, I can watch that video. I think it's about Zapotec culture. It's gonna be fun. Let's get some boys out of here. Oh god! I'm almost dead! Oh my god! I really forgot this game in its entirety, didn't I? Oh god! Oh god! Oh man. Oh man! 69,000? 69,000? No, 690,000 souls at the bottom of this freaking dungeon. What a dope I am. What a fool. I killed all those little skinny boys in Yarnum and I was like, I still got it. I remember how to play a Soulsborne game. Ah. Well, the doll's awake at least. Let's have a chat.
Hello, good hunter.
And then after this, I'm gonna shut up and read, and I'm gonna put on some lo-fi beats to shut up and read too.
To look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength.
Yeah, the run back. Oh,
you will hunt
salty
beasts,
run back.
and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit.
My poor sickly spirit.
Did you
I can't believe you saw me
Gilman?
wipe.
He was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise
This poor bastard's been doing this for a very long time.
He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming
Oh,
world.
obscure and unseen? I love it. I gotta
Still,
take notes on
he
this.
stayed here, in this dream. Such is his purpose.
Did she say unseen in the waking world? Wait, hold on. Maybe she repeated her dialogue.
The
Christ.
little ones, inhabitants
Dang
of
it.
the dream.
Garrett is obscure,
They find
unseen in the...
hunters like
what was the world?
yourself, worship and serve them.
Bummer.
Speak words they do not. But still, aren't they sweet?
They're my literal favorite.
They
I wish you would repeat that other line of dialogue. Okay, I'm gonna come back.
good hunter.
Goodbye.
May you find your worth in the waking world.
How do you emote in this game? Oh. That's not it. You can do emojis in this. It's gonna drive me nuts. I forgot how to do emotes. Oh man, I want to emote to the doll so bad, but we gotta run back and get our souls, and then I'm gonna read. And no one can stop me. Time to go back to the heart. Touchpad? Yeah, you can involuntarily do emotes, but I think there's like a way to voluntarily select the emote you want to do, and I can't remember. Maybe it's in the settings? I can't remember. But I remember like accidentally emoting by tilting the controller. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Interesting. Thank you for that, to be fair. And thank you for that, Manny. Alright, let me grab my souls real quick. My blood echoes. Oh god, imagine if I'm talking about Bloodborne in like an academic context and I call it souls instead of blood echoes. Everyone's gonna be like, well, you'll be actually... oh, they're blood echoes. Okay, they should be up in here. It should be right here. Oh no! Oh no, we're good. Okay. Sometimes your blood echoes go to the guy who killed you. So let's bust out of here before we get killed again. Look at how great! Look at all this great fungal life. Look at all this ruin and decay, but also life emerging in it. So good. Man, I'm really gonna have to play a lot of this offline, I think. So what I should do for Saturday is prepare a cogent primer on the grotesque and Bloodborne, and then I can do something longer that'll take 10 hours. And will probably take 60 hours to make at least. Something like that. I need to like adjust my expectations of what I can prepare for Saturday and what I can do within 2 hours. Because I spent 2 hours just kind of excitedly rattling off things about the grotesque and Bloodborne. But I need to be able to make a point about something. That would be smart, you know. For research purposes, thank you for the clip, Manny. Pressing the left side of the touchpad. Let's go! Let's curtsy. She emotes back to you. Don't you love? Yeah, also, this is the gesture for making contact with great ones, of course. I think she does a head tilt. This is also a definite yoga pose, right? Then the transfer over. I know at some point you transfer. Come on now, buddy. Come on, Avery. Takea's life could be something in Last of Us. I wonder. Oh, I stopped it before we could even transfer over. Thank you so much, Devontae, for reminding me how to do this. Oh, a good old sit down. We love a sit down. And then the wave, obviously. Is this stretch time? It's time to do some stretches. Oh, she does the head tilt at the wave. That's right. Okay. Let's do some Bloodborne stretches, huh? What else do I got here? Let's switch this one out. So you can do a little wave stretch wise. Wait. The salute. Right? Respect is great. But I think the Shake Off Cape has so much sauce to it. I love it so much. Let me hit you with one of these. Shake it off. Love it. Okay, switch it though. I do think like pray and make contact are 100% like that's yoga right there, baby. This one. That's yoga, baby. Good old stretching. You love seeing the yoga-ing tinies, right? I love that you move like a clock, almost, you know? Shake Off Cape and Conviction are some of your go-tos, are they? Get on my gun skis in case we have to fight some more folks. Okay, there's some ambient music going on, right? So I wish I could have this music going on in the background while I'm just full screen reading. But I feel so weird reading and not talking to you all. But that's what co-working is, isn't it? Isn't that what co-working is? I'm gonna have to read chapter 3 later. Oh, one thing I found interesting in Yosefka's clinic is there is a chair in the corner of that clinic. We'll probably just head there right now so I can show you. This is not related to the grotesque yet, I would say. And this is one of the... This feels like I'm just spewing things I know about this game. But I thought it was interesting earlier. There's a chair. I love chairs. I love any kind of material goods in this game. The interiors in this game are literally some of the best ever. I think, honestly, the best ever. I don't know if they did much in the way of impressive interiors in Elden Ring, but it feels like so much of Bloodborne is about the interior. So let me get out my torch because I can't see a damn thing in here. And in the DLC, you can find chairs just like this in the Astral Clock Tower, which is where... I didn't blast this thing with Eldritch Magic. Which is where folks are experimented on, and Lady Maria looks after some folks who have these kind of like engorged brains. They have sacks over their head to kind of conceal this engorged form, but you see this like pulsating, pupating mass where their head should be. They're like big brain folks. As they're developing eyes on the inside. They're developing insights and trying to achieve kinship with the Great Ones. And you'll see I think her name is it Adela, or is that one of the other girls? Saints like Adeline or Saint Adela. One of the... Maybe I have her blood in my inventory. Let's see. That'd be a key item. I never know these days. It's a consumable, so I have Yosefka's blood. I probably can't have any other woman's blood in my inventory. If I had to guess. Then I like it when you go, oh, there's that damn item! This is what I was talking about earlier. This looks like one of the books in Garamond's library, which makes me wonder, are all his books just things that hunters who have been lost to the nightmare just dropped off in the dream? Who knows? Your chair, the chairs of the living failures. This is a good ass chair. So this chair is the same chair. It literally has the same straps in it at the wrists and also at the chest that secures patients in the astral tower to the chairs so they can be experimented on so they can gain insight and achieve godhood. But mostly they just turn into weird writhing things that are like, have you seen my eyes? I think I dropped them in a puddle. Really? You enjoy the Last of Us TV series? That's wonderful. I found the game to be a bit much for me, so I haven't really explored any further media, but I think Savante is a big fan of it. Okay. I should go back to the Hunter Dream so we can get some vibey music. Is it okay if I do some reading, guys? I could talk more about my notes, but I don't know if it's going to... You know what? It's one thing I can do. First off, I'll head back to the dream, so we get some fun background music. But second off, I could ask you all if there's concepts about the grotesque or the carnival or Bloodborne or any combination of those that you find intriguing that you would like me to discuss or explicate further. You know? That might help me a little bit, maybe? The final boss area right over here. And one of the best kick-ass fights ever. But, so I mean, I could keep talking, of course. I enjoy talking, especially about things I like. Also, it's killing my throat, but that's okay, it doesn't matter. I always wondered if this stump was, like, later something that they cut out. Like, maybe this was supposed to be an NPC here. If there's anything you want to know that maybe I can explain further, or any ideas you have that are like, is this grotesque in this game? These little babulas give you, you can choose your starter weapons from these little guys. They're very cool. In case you died because you were trying to fist a werewolf to death in the clinic, which most people die from trying to fist the werewolf in the clinic, I would imagine. Look at this little dude looking down the barrel. Watch out, little guy. That's not good trigger discipline either. He's like caressing the trigger. You better watch out. I'm about to blow your face off, buddy. But, if you all have any questions or any, like, suggestions or, like, hey, what about this part of it? What do you think about that? The grotesque is so manifold. Oh, lighting this place on fire, Jesus. We'll say that for later because it actually happens in the game. The grotesque is in so many things, and literally it's also a lens through which you can, like, interpret media via Harpham's interpretation of the grotesque. So there's so much to it that, like summarizing Bloodborne, it's sometimes hard for me to nail it down and give you all a good definition or something, so. You wish you knew anything about Bloodborne. It seems so cool. It's so cool. Man, there's like this church that finds some ancient-ass creatures, and they're like, interesting. They stumble upon a fishing hamlet where these people have all these barnacle eyes bulging out of them. They're like, let's dissect this, because this seems interesting. And there's like a fish lady who washes up on the beach. Not anything new, but the concepts of childbirth are grotesque in this game, at least from your man part having POV. Dizzy, good to see you, by the way. Yeah, actually, there's a really, I'm sure you've seen this, Dizzy. If you haven't, there's a lovely essay on YouTube. I wrote it down. I gave us a watch earlier, and it was wonderful. It doesn't exactly pertain to it covers a lot of ground that I don't need to cover since she covers it, but I think the person's name is Honeybats, and the video essay is called Visceral Femininity. If you haven't given that a watch, I really recommend it, because blood and menstruation, there's literally an area called the Nightmare of Menses in this game. Blood, menstruation, childbirth, all that stuff is a huge part of this game. Lunar cycles, things that we associate with menstruation, and the cycles of life and stuff, is covered in great detail. I really appreciate Honeybat's essay. I found it to be a really great primer on that. The video's amazing. It's great. Hi, little John Cena. So the book is called On the Grotesque by Jeffrey Galt Harpham, which talks about using the grotesque. First of all, talking about what it is in Mikhail Bakhtin's Rabelais and His World, which is sort of the foundational text about grotesque bodies and how they're presented in culture and in literature, particularly in the works of Rabelais. And so Harpham delves into that in his book On the Grotesque, and then he teases it out, not just explaining how it appears in one form of literature, but how we can use it as a lens of understanding all things. Not just texts or games or things like that, but also kind of understanding cultural context and our lives in general. You know nothing about Bloodborne, so the scholarly passion intrigues you. Arabelina, what's going on? You're in the process of preparing your first video essays. You're finding serendipity in this moment. Oh, excellent! I'm also probably doing a video essay on this too. I would suggest getting a copy of Rabelais in His World to start off. It's really fantastic. I can't wait to talk about the hunters, well, the hunt as a carnival and stuff. Have you finished Zelda yet? I beat most of the Zelda games. Yeah, I haven't done Zelda 2, Arabellino. But I have, I beat Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, certainly. It's great. So, I'm thinking of, just kicking it back and reading, but also I feel super self-conscious of reading on stream because I've never done it before. I used to read passages on stream, but I don't want to have any. I mean, Mikhail Bakhtin's not going to get mad at me for reading this book, but I do think you need someone's permission, or the permission from their estate, to read stuff on stream. Plus, it would also blow my throat out for sure, because I've been talking nonstop for the last 2.5 hours now. This is Bloodborne right here, actually. It's not Dark Souls, but it is made by the same company that makes Dark Souls. So what are you going to be talking about in your video essay, little John Cena? Hey, and thank you for the subscription as well. That's really kind of you. You know what we do for folks who subscribe, little John Cena? I pull out a little frog card. It's time for you to be gentle with yourself, and also to put on some white go-go boots and a toadstool hat and just go soaring through the skies. So, as you're preparing for this essay, I suggest that you get some good rest, make sure you sleep, make sure you're eating, don't lock in too much, make sure you get up and stretch. So be kind to yourself, little John Cena, and thank you so much. Is anyone else working alongside me, since this is technically a co-working stream? Because I feel literally so weird not talking to you guys right now. I feel so weird. Maybe I should just play Bloodborne instead and try to... Maybe I could pop around in different save files, perhaps? See where we're at, what we can look at. It feels so weird, 1, not playing a video game, and 2, not talking to you all. You're tracing your steps through the Sims 4 mods. Are you trying to figure out if a certain mod has broken your game? Thinking about it, the idea of how the grotesque manifests in how the pursuit of knowledge is done by the literal growing of eyes in the brain, right? So the dissection of the body, the infusion of eyes. We see a lot of bosses, or a lot of characters in this game doing that. Like the Witch of Hemwick was doing it herself too. And she is not affiliated with the church. There's so many different factions in this game that do so, Manny. That line themselves with eyes, you know? You're emotionally vampiring up my enthusiasm. Short. Your idea is the fan perspective, canonicity, and the destruction of the passive collaborative creativity, using Silent Hill and Silent Hill 2 Remake as a lens. Oh, you're gonna love Harpham for that. You're gonna love it. Right? Harpham talks about critical interpretation as being dissective. In order to present an idea of a text, you have to cut the text into pieces and present it to people, right? When you're doing a video essay on a video game like Silent Hill 2, you're not going to be like, let's sit down and watch the entirety of Silent Hill 2 together. You usually don't do that. You're usually like, this is this scene, this is this enemy, here's some text from the game. We put some cool music on in the background and talk about it and stuff. So you have to dissect any text in order to make it fit the narrative you'd like to present. And in that, you are taking this grotesque kind of sprawling body with a lot of contradictions in it, trying to transform it into something that fits the narrative you are trying to explain, right? Harpham doesn't make any judgments about that. It's not like a bad thing, but it is a thing we do. And so the grotesque, in turn, turns the lens on ourselves and shows what our ideological perspective is as we're analyzing a text. So someone's interpretation of the events of Silent Hill is going to be very different from someone else's interpretation, you know? The whole time when I was playing Silent Hill 2, or Silent Hill 1, I was like, got it, this dude is so dead and in hell the whole time. And it's like, well, this doesn't actually look like hell, really. You know, there's no, like, fire and demons and pitchforks and whatever like that. But, throughout the game, I was like, we've got to be dead, we got to be dead. And only one, I think, of the endings actually sustains an interpretation like that. It's so beautiful that a game like Silent Hill, I don't know about Silent Hill 2, but Silent Hill 1 sustains multiple endings. This game does the same thing as well. You can submit to being killed at the end. You can have your dream end and then wake up in Yarnum again. You can... I gotta give my dad his pain medicine, so I'll finish this idea. You can take over Gehrman's job and become the host of the dream yourself. Literally taking his seat in the wheelchair and supplanting him as the host of the dream to funnel more hunters into the hunt to gain more blood, to empower this moon presence. Or if you eat enough umbilical cords, Gish, this will probably weird you out, you can become a great one. But a really small great one. You're just like a little guy, a little squid. And then the doll will take care of you. So, Harpham is going to be a great text for you because it is an excellent primer in the initial bits on the grotesque and Rabelais's context for it and what the body is like, and then it takes it into our understanding of texts in general. How we interpret things and make sense of narratives and make sense of the world. Silent Hill 2 continues a legacy of multiple endings with ad infinitum number of interpretations to that endings, including literally a dog was doing it the whole time. I do love this. There's the Silent Hill 1 ending is like, what if it was aliens? That's so good. So, Jackie, it feels a little like research, but you're exploring the backlog from the makers that you used to use. Use some staples, wood floors, painted walls, but new plants are also a must. In The Sims, Death Stranding could be a good inspiration for that. Does Death Stranding have multiple endings, I wonder? You'll pick up a copy now. You're really struck by the reduction of ambiguity in rendering techniques. Oh, that's true, right? The fog kind of being an obscuring technique, right? How compares the same reduction of ambiguity in character presentation in the remake? Love that. Can't wait to hear your piece on this, little John Cena. This is a really fantastic book, and it lit a fire in me 10 years ago when I read it. And even now, when I was like, what am I going to talk about for the Bloodborne anniversary? What can I possibly do? Am I really going to play Bloodborne again? Subject my community to that again? And then I was like, wait, what if I did this thing that I've always wanted to do and take my academic fascination and mix it with one of my favorite games of all time? So I think you'll enjoy this. Bakhtin in general, Bakhtin's great. I had to give my dad his pain meds so he's not without it. But when I come back in about, I gotta feed my dog as well, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. But one of the ideas in Bloodborne you always find intriguing, Repairman, was its take on RK selection theory. Ooh, tell me about that. I don't know what RK selection theory is and how godlike figures would fit on that spectrum. You gotta tell me what RK selection theory is. I gotta hear about it. You're gonna get some sleep. Good night, Ewan. Sleep well. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for coming by. Also, hi, Kiosk Queen. Hello. Let me go feed my dog, y'all. I'm gonna play us a little bossa nova. Derek, so good to see you. This book is great. Let me pop over here. I really do have to give my dad his pain meds. I don't want him to be in pain. These two books. Let me tell you. Hold on. This one I have breasts on. Okay, don't look at this. But these two books, Rabelais in His World, the foundational task on the grotesque. It's so good. It's so good. I have to explain how much I love it. Bakhtin never got his PhD, by the way. He let other people publish his works under their names. When he tried to publish stuff, he borrowed his brother's credentials. And he was writing at a time where his ideas were so revolutionary, the idea of the carnival kind of upturning social hierarchies and stuff, that I don't think he was able to defend his dissertation. He never got his PhD. So I find him to be a fascinating scholar, and of course Harpham continues his legacy in this. But I have to go give my dad his meds and feed my dog, or they'll both be mad at me. But when I come back, maybe I'll read some select passages that I really love, and we'll still pop around in Bloodborne stuff. I'll just read some of the book aloud. Hopefully they won't be bad. Don't get mad at me, Mr. Harpham. See y'all soon. We have different stuff we could do. Like, I could see what kind of save files I can load and where we can start. I would kind of like to do that just to check in. Because I'm not exactly sure if I have a few save files that have some bosses. Well, bosses would be a bad idea to look at, right? If I have a save file before the Garamond fight, that would be good, because for bosses we're gonna have to look at a JPEG. Even though my favorite thing is to get up in a boss's face and look lovingly into its eyes, like I do with Abritus. It's way offline. Let's see what files I have. We have the one where I was just testing out the game. This is my evil playthrough. I think this is maybe my brother tried to make it. Do you guys see how many hours I put into this game? How is that possible? Hey, I must have left my PlayStation on, dude. I must have left my PS2 on for sure. My PS4, sorry, this is a PS4. I'm playing Bloodborne on the PS2. That would have to be Lilith's version of Bloodborne, the low poly one. 447 hours, 59 minutes, and 29 seconds is a... Girl, what was I doing? You're always co-working alongside me? Hell yes! That's cool, Manny. I think Jim Gabina is maybe my brother's thing. I don't know who Imp is, though. And what is this number here? How many times you've saved, perhaps? Oh, we'll get into this tune, though. Sure, it takes longer, too. This is true. This is one of the... we might be able to explore things with this profile. Let's see. This music kicks so much ass. Imagine booting this game up for the first time and being like, ah, I wonder what this Bloodborne thing is about. First off, you don't get flashbanged. Oh, good. We're at least 2 areas in. Where is this at? Henwick. Ugh, Henwick. I do love me some Henwick, though. Damn, that's a good area. This must have been for my architectural tour. Yeah, I think Mira was my architectural tour character. I love her so much. I love a good strong nose. Look at my character. Okay, with a hat like that, it's giving Michael Jackson a little bit. Maybe I made her a little too light. I love how sick the eyes look. So good. I know I was saying something, surely. So Hemwick gives me an, let's go to Hemwick real quick. And then I'm gonna read from probably Harpham, maybe. Maybe I'll get you a little bit of Robin's World. But Derek, you were asking, I don't know if this book is available in French. So the subtitle is Strategies and Contradiction in Art and Literature. So things being contradictory. Because narratives sustain multiple meanings, so due to the heteroglossic nature of a narrative, right? Oh, this is going to be long. Okay. Oh, I love this. This is about you were saying something about this, the RK selection theory, right? Heteroglossia, if you want to learn more, probably in this book, The Dialogic Imagination. If I had to guess about Bakhtin, it's probably in this. That is when he's talking about dialogism, heteroglossia, and a lot of principles that most people who read Bakhtin read this. Very few people, sickos like me, are reading about the grotesque. But if you want to learn more about literary criticism from Bakhtin's standpoint, it's probably going to be that one. Anyway, but let's learn about real quick, while these ladies have a good time in the background. You were talking about the RK spectrum theory. This is going to be long, probably need multiple messages. You're not a biologist or ecologist, so you might be butchering some of this, but the basics of RK selection theory are: when it comes to reproductive strategy of the species, it'll either prioritize a high reproductive rate or high degrees of nurturing and care. Okay, so the reproductive rate is the R, and the care is the K. This is viewed as being on a kind of spectrum instead of being a binary as one or the other kind of thing. So ants, for example, lay a lot of eggs, and the hatchlings are left to fend for themselves in an uncontrolled environment, which is in the R side of the spectrum. In other words, ants survive based on the sheer overwhelming numbers. Humans are at the opposite side of the spectrum and have small numbers of children and invest huge amounts of trying to raise them in order to ensure their survival. Very interesting, because you were bringing that up about the old ones, right? This is part of, this is, part of some, oh, I don't know if I have the item in this, save file. Shoot. Every Every old one loses its child and yearns for a surrogate is text from this game. So, Queen Yarnum loses Murgo, her child. Oh, actually, she is a surrogate. Actually, sorry. It would never mind. So, like every great one, let's say Erden, for example, their children, I think, are not born living. I think they're often stillborn, and so they then use other creatures like humans to act as surrogates for their children. So Lady Yarnum gives birth to Murgo, which is then absconded by Murgo's wet nurse, right? Who takes the child, even though it is stillborn, takes the child for herself and wishes to raise it. And God, I gotta switch back to the other profile so I can show you. But one of the items you receive upon defeating Lady Yarnum in the Chalice Dungeons is this kind of calcified fetus-looking object. I'm so glad they don't flashbang you with that Bandai Namco logo. Remember that in Elden Ring? It's just like chill, chill, white logo, back to chill, dark color. So let me grab Avery. So I would say they probably, the godlike figures in this game, I would say, in the sense you're talking about where they have very few children and invest a huge amount of effort into raise them, they're definitely towards that K side where they invest a lot of effort to like get more to have progeny. They need a surrogate to have their progeny, right? But I wonder because did I already consume all my umbilical cords? Probably, right? Might have one left. Oh, I don't know. That's an empty phantasm shell. A lot of stuff looks like an umbilical cord in this one. I think we consumed all our umbilical cords to get one of the endings. Yeah. Already. There's good old Yarnum Stone. Oh. So, you can get an umbilical cord, one from the workshop, but the other ones come from women in this game, I believe. So, one from Yosefka in her clinic. Let's find out where else you get them from. Just for you, Repairman, because I find it interesting. This doesn't have... I mean, this is pertinent because it's Bloodborne. And I'm curious. Yeah, so I think they kind of do a bit of a scatter strategy when it comes to having like a consort or a surrogate to raise their children, because a lot of the women in this game, like Yosefka and Adeline, I want to say, I don't know if it's the same god that is trying to have a child, but perhaps multiple children are. So each chord says, every great one loses its child and yearns for a surrogate. This chord granted Mensis an audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brands, right? So instead of a god, it was the school of Mensis who were trying to commune with this godlike baby, and then they all lost their minds. The workshop chord linked Garamond to the moon presence and then conceived of the hunter's dream. So what was born wasn't another great one, but this very area that we're in right now, this transitive area where Garamond is trapped, this doll is animated, all these things have come to life which should not be, and Garamond should not, he certainly does not want to be alive anymore. I don't think Garamond wants to be kicking around the hunter's dream. I think he'd like this dream to end. So he is kind of looking for a surrogate to take over his role. Is he over here? Where you at, old man? Can't find Garamond. He's not even in the library right now. So that's the chord you find at the workshop. You get Murgo's chord, I think, by defeating Murgo's wet nurse. I want to say. Ariana is... I love Ariana. She's so great. And she is so perfect for a discussion of the grotesque. So let's see if we can find Ariana. Miss Thing. She'll be somewhere in Central Yarnum. You decided to do the next load of stuff you're moving from one house to the next house tomorrow instead of heading out tonight because everyone is too tired. I hope you get to rest now, Snake. Bloodborne gods be like Lovecraft mythos gods, always knocking up some random Joe. Yeah, they gotta perpetuate, man. Gehrman just want to wake up / sleep forever. Exactly. Let's end this dream. There's a lady named Ariana, who become. Am I gonna get to her? Oh, I gotta. Wait. Wait, how do I get to her? I gotta get through a lot of angry boys to get to my lady. Hold on. We have to play. Ah, shoot. I might have to play this game a little bit. Shoot, where is she? I might have to do a bit of speed running. Hold on. So the carnival's happening. As you can see, everyone has decked out their houses in festive banners and whatnot. I think we gotta get to the church area. Oh god, no! God, don't double hug. Nope. Ah! Maybe I have saved Ariana on my other save file. Ariana is a sex worker in this game. Who only works with male clientele. I was very upset about that. But she is a sex worker in Yarnum. So she represents the lower stratum of society, which the carnival and the grotesque holds high, right? Especially the sexual aspect of it. Maybe I should load my previous save instead of finding a new Ariana. She's like 1 to 2 hours past this point, depending on how skilled of a hunter I am. I know, and I probably won't be able to get there right now. Let's see if I saved her and put her in the chapel. So Ariana doesn't know it, but she's actually pregnant with a Great One's offspring. Which is courtesy of her connection with the Vile Bloods. She wears a Vile Bloods noble dress. And I want to again thank Honeybat for the essay on visceral femininity, because I'm able to draw on some of this information for that, and then we can make the connection to the grotesque as well. But the robe she wears connects her to the Vile Bloods, which have this special kind of vampiric blood. Well, who the hell? Where? What? Oh, I'm in Hemwick. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's return to the gym. I forgot that I posted up in Hemwick. I love those eyeball ladies. She has a court as well. So Erden is the one who has imbued her with childs. But Yosefka's cord says Provost Willem, who is one of the Mensis scholars. No, Bergenworth scholars. It directly speaks of him instead of her. Isn't that weird? So she must have been, in a way, a Bergenworth scholar herself. Do I have the is that the Cathedral Ward? Is that the chapel bonfire? I think it is. He was the one who wanted to become a Great One. He wanted his mind to become a Great One. And yet, the result is Yosefka has this cord. I don't think... So, your question, Repairman, was about nurturing stuff. We'll get back to that now. I don't know if it's one god or many gods who are trying to have a surrogate child. It looks like I've only recovered the old lady in this file. God bless this old lady. I love her so much, though.
You. Stay away from me. I know all your tricks.
I love her. She can be so mad at me. I really don't care. This old lady is fierce. I also found out that there's like... I always got her, Ariana, who usually sits up here, and I think only once I got the church lady, I think her name is Adela, who sits over here. by this broken statue of a weeping woman. But there's like a guy you can get. I thought it was only women you could save in the chapel. And they all are representing different like facets of femininity. You have like the sexualized feminine, you have the old crone, you have the pure maiden with the other lady Adela. But with that guy, he's just a contrarian. He's kind of a jerk. He like you tell him, "Why don't you go to Yosefka's clinic?" and he'll go to the chapel because he doesn't trust you. Instead, wherever you tell him to go, he goes the opposite place, and then he'll just say mean stuff about everybody else that's there. So wow. Speaking of gods knocking out random mortals, you'd love to see Kratos go up against a Lovecraftian and Bloodborne style cosmic pantheon. That would be sick. I would love that. How would he? That would be such a weird, different game. There's 2 dudes you can bring to this place? Really? That is very interesting. Who was the other dude? Oh, it's the cannibal, right? It's the sketchy guy. Yes, you're right. That is another fellow you can bring. I found it very interesting, the description of his garb, by the way. You can acquire... Is it in the DLC? I think it's in the DLC because there's a DLC character wearing his outfit. But like the madman, that guy, you find him in the Forbidden Forest, and his set explains that this was the garb that folks in the church would wear in order to slip into the crevices. Back to crevices, don't you love it? They would like sneak into the nooks and crannies of the city, and from the base level up, be able to permeate civilian life in order to find more victims of the hunt, more people who are already infected that needed to be outed. I think I have the description of that here. Let's see. The angry guy you save is interesting when you consider the role of Bergenworth in the downward spiral of Yharnam. Yeah, you want to elaborate on that, little John Cena, while I look for this? So we got Vermin, the Butcher Mask, the Constable set. I love the Constable set so much. I just love it so much. But that's what I'm looking for. The Madman set. Those who go mad are merely thoughtful souls who fail to reach any conclusions. That's back to Harpham. But I'm pretty sure... Did I not write it down? The Harrowed set. Certain church hunters obfuscate their identities and slip into the nooks and crannies of the city. This is the garb that allows these harrowed individuals to go unnoticed. These hunters are keen to the early signs of the scourge, serving as a first defense against outbreak. Or perhaps, when the time is right, they find signs of the scourge where there are none. It goes to show the corner beggar is not always who it seems. So that I'm very intrigued by the I always call him a cannibal, but I think he's called like the suspicious guy or something like that, like a suspicious villager or something. Who, if you allow him to be in the chapel, will kill everybody else in the chapel. I do love this floor person though, they're really great.
Oh, the hunter. Alive and well, are ya? This here's a safe place. Stay as long as you like. But
look at his wormy squirmy
next time you're out on a
vein.
hunt, remember what I asked. If you find any sane survivors, tell them to seek shelter at Erden Chapel.
You sent that dude to Yosefka? Oh, the cannibal?
Nothing to fear here.
I do believe if you send him to Yosefka, I think you might get his clothes upon killing him or something. So Bergenworth's whole deal is rejecting the blood and filling the mind with eyes as a means to achieve divinity. You find it interesting that everyone you save is entrenched in a large institution that uses blood in some way, but he's the only one that seemingly is unaffiliated and becomes very suspicious and hostile, right? I think the older lady is unaffiliated as well. Although she is receiving those like mind-numbing sedatives. And I don't know if that is directly from the church. But I wonder. I mean, she's got... I love her little outfit. That guy's voice sounds familiar. Is it Bach? That would be so killer. I would love it. But yeah, I like that guy as sort of an outsider. That's a good point.
I know I shouldn't be asking you, but...
No, this isn't
Bach.
Bach.
Someone while hunting, tell them about this here Erden Chapel. If they seem worth being told, that is. Oh, and I do sincerely hope they are.
So, I do think that this guy is trying to protect people from danger by having them sent to this chapel, and there's incense that fills these halls that is talked about before. In many cultures in real life, incense is used as a method of purification, so this is the church serving as purification via this chapel. However, this is Erden's chapel specifically, and Ariana, the sex worker who I was talking about, when she gives birth to a fledgling new god, Erden, the Formless Great One, is the one who is imbuing her with this child. So, unbeknownst to her, by the way, big surprise for her. She's like, I feel sick. Next day, it pops out a weird slug baby, you know? So I feel like this guy maybe has good intentions, but perhaps like Garamond is just another person who's like ushering people down a path that a Great One expects. It could just be a ritual at this point that he doesn't know achieves something, right? He doesn't know that someday a woman with the right kind of blood will enter the chapel and she will be the one that bears Formless Erden's child. It could just be like a lost signifier to him, a symbol that was passed down that they don't know about, you know? You feel like this dude is Erden's emissary. So you feel like specifically he's calling people here for this, right? When I played this game 10 years ago, I guess, I thought of him as like a benevolent figure. And I also thought of Garamond as that too. But then later on reflection, I'm like, oh yeah, these are just cogs in the machine, right? Life is treating me well today, Morphinius. I want to go somewhere that has good music so I can maybe find some fun passages to read. I don't know. I intended to use this day as research day. I feel like I'm too excitable and just want to blabber about all these fun things. Ariana, the first lady of the Grande family, indeed. You know, all her hits. Name a song. Oh god. I don't know about it. She says yeah sometimes. I forget. I'm so sorry. I can't think right now. So, me being as sleepy as I almost said as I am, I don't know if I am in the state to come to any new conclusions. So I guess it's fine just to blabber about this stuff. Maybe I'm getting it out of my system now so I can talk more eloquently about it on Saturday. But let's find some place with some decent music and I'll maybe read some passages from Bakhtin. Destroying my throat in the process. Oh wait, did I want to see how far I could get in this? Because I know I came here on purpose. We came here to see Ariana. We could go to Hemwick. It has been a nice trip down memory lane, but I did intend this for like, I was like, oh yeah, 5 hours. I'm gonna spend 5 hours doing research on the grotesque and Bloodborne. And I have come up with 2 new ideas in this whole time. He chooses Ariana because she comes off as the kindest person, which is similar to Caretaker's intent. Caretaker's intent, tell me about that, Manny. Because I thought Ariana was selected because of her vile blood nature, that she has this distant connection, you know. Makes me wonder if Maria ever could have been a surrogate as well. I mean, right now she's funneling echoes, I think, to the gods, to the moon presence. So that's almost 1 an hour. I think we're currently at about 3 hours. So I need to pump up these numbers. Ariana's cool. You don't know any of her songs outside of a misheard lyric meme that sounds like she's saying she's farting carrots. That's pretty grotesque. Alrighty. Maybe we'll find the text first and then we'll pop into Bloodborne and get into it. So at least we have some beautiful music. Oh yeah, we're talking about Goethe. Hell yeah, Rabelais. Hell yeah. Bakhtin as well. Ooh, the Gothic. I'm just telling you, this game is in itself there. And then we have banquet imagery, but I think I'll skip to the chapter specific on the grotesque image of the body. Oh, that's Selena Gomez. Oops. Woof. That's tough. Okay. Let's see if we can find something to connect to Bloodborne. Because I haven't read this book in 10 years, so it's going to take me a bit. Bakhtin cites a scholar whose name is so fun to me, the German scholar G. Schniegens. In the book Geschichte der grotesken Satire, the history of grotesque satire. My German is terrible. I don't know any German. I'm so sorry about that. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Right. Man, it's gonna be... I think I might have to just spend time off stream doing all my research and stuff, because literally I cannot abide by the vacuum of silence. You know? Hi, little half-dead. How are you? And how was your shower, Kiosk Queen? I hope you got good and clean. I have taken a shower 2 days in a row. But today, not included. I was outside in the dirt today. So he's talking actually about, funny enough, one of the examples cited in Schniegen's work is from Rabelais, in which a woman is able to conceive from a monastery belfry. A woman literally getting impregnated by a church kind of reminds me of the Erden thing we were just talking about earlier. You feel much better? Excellent. It's not silent. We're listening to music. And the crackling. Do you love this lo-fi crackling of my hunter's torch? I love it when they put that in those little lo-fi beats to study two things. Or like Christmas music that overlay some crackling on top of it. It's actually super comfy. I feel so weird. I'm glad you guys are comfortable with that. I just want to see if I can find some passages. This one I really appreciate. So Bakhtin is critiquing Schniegens' concept of the grotesque because he says it is typical. The interpretation of the grotesque image as purely satirical, that is negative, is widespread. That's kind of what I'm hoping you all walk away from when we discuss the grotesque now and also on Saturday, is that grotesqueries are not inherently negative. It is only in our comparison between the ideal and the real that we could find them negative. Because they are very real. It is what we are confronted with on a daily basis. We never actually find the true ideal that's exists in some sort of heavenly world or something, right? I wonder about the hunter's dream as the ideal, because it is kind of an ideal version of the hunter's workshop. However, it is definitely not ideal when you get later in the game and it's on fire, you know. I don't know if it can be an ideal version. If you think about it, the old lady is abrasive up front, and Adela's envy is so obvious, right? So ideally, Ariana would be the best candidate for childbirth with Erden. Kind of like how the hunter has to prove their worth through the defeat of the moon presence, alongside attaining the knowledge of ingesting umbilical cords to transcend their humanity. So you think specifically Ariana is chosen. That's interesting, because to me, I don't even know if it was like... I just feel like she was pollinated almost accidentally. You know, I feel that like being in Erden's presence and possessing of the right blood resulted in this kind of miraculous sudden pregnancy, but it's not something I thought about too much beyond that. So I like this interpretation, Manny, that perhaps she was selected. Do you think that the floor guy has a way to commune with Erden in some way? In order to communicate that information to him? Or do you think Erden, without the floor guy's help, selected her by like looking up on her and thinking, that seems like the woman for me. She can have my baby. Damn, this dude is... I love that Bakhtin is like, let me just tear open a guy named Schneegans. So excellent. He really takes that gladiatorial antagonism toward him. You don't think he's a willing emissary to Erden. Okay. But that's just your interpretation. Interesting, yeah. Because he is saying, come to my church. If you find somebody, come to my church, you know? And we have Yosefka doing that later as, like, false Yosefka, who's, like, getting people to come to her clinic so she can dissect them. It would not surprise me if he, like Yosefka and like Garamond, are kind of knowingly doing what they're doing. But knowing and willing aren't the same things, right? I think Yosefka is willingly doing this. Garamond, I think, is reluctantly on this path and wishes to be free from it. Maybe the Erden Chapel floor guy is like an unwilling host, but still a knowing one. You feel like the grotesque could be shocking, but shocking is not inherently negative. Interesting. Very interesting, Snake. Yeah, to be shocked, to be surprised. Often, what is like, honestly, are some of the best punchlines, some of the greatest laughter you get is by being shocked and surprised, you know? Something that takes you off guard is like, oh, that's so funny. How absurd, you know? So to be surprised by something is not to be entirely put off by it, right? It's just, it can be delightful. You can be shocked. A revelation of information can shock you and be like, oh, that's so cool. I never thought of it that way. Now my brain is opened up to this new idea, you know? Let me see if I can get some passages beyond. Oh, we're talking about childbirth. Right. And then we're talking about the poet Scarron. Oh, we got some footnotes up in here. That's great. Bakhtin mentions, in Rabelais' novel, the underworld is always linked with the bodily lower stratum. I feel like that's a good metaphor for the Chalice dungeons too, right? And I'll switch over to our other character. Where the deeper you descend in the Chalice dungeons, not only the more you get to see of like the Tumerian society, the Thumerians, however you pronounce them, but you also get closer to Queen Yarnum, who obviously was pregnant with Mirko, the baby, and has it literally ripped from her abdomen. She's in this bridal dress with a very clear blood stain where her stomach and pregnant belly should be. Humor is often simply unexpected, and it doesn't have to be humor, right? A thing you considered as well, though, is that he's a perfect vehicle for finding kindness to what some may consider grotesque riots. Where it would take a generally kind person to fraternize with such a figure, right? Yeah, he, like Garamond, you know, was one of the disabled bodies we find. I think if that floor guy has... First of all, he's blind. The floor fella. Let's go to Erden's Chapel. wonder what's going on. Oh no, I'm not there yet in this file. Frick. I have all the items, but none of the places. Forget about it. We'll get there eventually. So he is blind. He can't see. And I think at this point, probably his legs are vestigial. This Erden Chapel attendant is largely vestigial at this point. And has this kind of like mangled face, missing some teeth, whitened cataract eyes. His robes splay out around him in these rags. So, I mean, he looks like a pauper, right? In fact, I'm sure a lot of people on first encountering him think he's an enemy because he's on the ground and he looks kind of like beef jerky, right? Time to play Bloodborne. I think it's going to take me a bit to actually get to the chapel. I think I have to... Do I have to fight Vic or Amelia to get there? At least Gascoigne. So I do think that, yeah, you'd have to find some humility, a sense of humanity in this person in order to learn more about him and take what he says at face value, that he could be a kind person who's literally just looking to give people shelter during this very dangerous night. Whereas Yosefka is like human presenting, right? That's what the false Yosefka is relying upon, is that like, well, you woke up in this clinic and she's a healer. She gives you her blood, her like special vial of condensed blood, which I probably have on this character. There you go. It's a product of slow and careful refinement, likely devised by the doctor herself. This blood is a gift, a free sample for Yosefka. She's like, and bring some guys to my clinic if you'd like to. I don't know what it was, but I do believe I chose to send everyone to the church. I'm not sure, but I like that floor guy. So I do think that by seeing ourselves in the grotesque, we're able to see kindness in everybody, right? See humanity in everybody, even a little dude on the floor. An hour away from the music. Damn it. Let me see if I get to the part where Bakhtin is ripping apart Schneegans. We got more belfries, folks. More belfries. Oh yeah. Do we have some ASMR of Gilbert coughing in the background? Let's get closer to Gilbert. Hold on. Oh no, it's time to play Bloodborne again. Oops. Gilbert's coughs to study too. We should probably go to the Hunter's Dream if I can read some passages to you guys. Let's go to the Hunter's Dream and I'll read some passages to you guys. Why not? This will be helpful. I'm literally just reading, so let's do that. Alrighty. We find at the basis of grotesque imagery a special concept of the body as a whole and of the limits of this whole. Now I'm saying whole with a W, okay? Not a hole, but the whole. The confines between the body and the world and between separate bodies are drawn in the grotesque genre quite differently than in classic or naturalistic images. In this chapter, we must broaden our observations, systemize them, and disclose the source of Rabelais' grotesque concept of the body. But back to Schneegans. Come on, Bakhtin. Of all the features of the human face, the nose and mouth play the most important part in the grotesque image of the body. The head, ears, and nose also acquire a grotesque character when they adopt the animal form or that of inanimate objects. So we got our little grotesque boys over here. Bodies do have holes, and the holes are very important because they're concavities through which we receive the world and extend into the world. Even the mouth, I think, is an extension. Through language, we are able to permeate the world. We're able to pierce through it, project ourselves into it with our ideas, our language, the things that we communicate. So, grotesque character in the animal form and inanimate object. The eyes have no part in these cosmic images. They express an individual, so to speak, self-sufficient human life which is not essential to the grotesque. The grotesque is only interested in protruding eyes. Think of the Witch of Hemlock, right? Like the eyes of the stutterer in the scene described earlier, right? Right. There's a monk who has protruding eyes. Described it early in the chapter. It is looking for that which protrudes from the body, all that seeks to go out beyond the body's confines. However, I do think the eyes on the inside are grotesque as well in this. I don't know if we ever see a being that is lined with eyes, interior, except for maybe Ludwig the Accursed. His kind of like weird punch hand mouth thing that he has seems like it's lined with teeth, but I actually think it's lined with eyes. What is this, Manny? What do you got here? I unfortunately can't see. These guys are raving. Do you love them? These are my little buddies. These dudes are hyping me up, I swear to God. You need to isolate these guys and make a vibe variance. Please do. Please do. So, protruding eyes. But I would also say, because I do think the eyes on the inside are grotesque in the way that they must be discovered by penetrating the body, by plucking them out, like the Witch of Hemlock does and the other eye snatchers in the game, or by incising the body, cutting it open, and peering within, right? The link is 1 hour of silence, occasionally interrupted by Kirby screaming. Okay, if I do another study stream tomorrow or Friday, I'll put that on, and I'll just be like, oh. So protruding eyes. It is looking for that which protrudes from the body, all that seeks to go out beyond the body's confines. Special attention is given to the shoots and the branches. Also think of horns like on Lawrence, the first vicar. Of course, Vicar Amelia and all the cleric beasts have protrusions as well, as well as some other enemies. I think there's like a Thumerian enemy in the Chalice Dungeons, which has like some robes on, some beautiful robes. He's like a Thumerian king or something. Maybe he's like a monastic fellow himself. All that prolongs the body and links it to other bodies or the world outside. Moreover, bulging eyes manifest a purely bodily tension. But most important of all human features of the grotesque is the mouth. It dominates all else. The grotesque face is actually reduced to the gaping mouth. The other features are only a frame encasing this wide open bodily abyss. So I think of like Ludwig the Accursed, big like weird ass hand mouth thing he can shoot laser beams out of. That was weird. That's got a lot of eyes in it, I'm pretty sure. Did I not pick up my souls? I thought for sure I did. But we're at 0 again. It doesn't matter because I don't need to level up. But I'm pretty sure I got those souls from killing Lady Yarnum. I'm gonna have to play this damn game again. Damn it. Just for fun, though. Trying to think of enemies that are oops all mouth, right? Does anything snatch you up and eat you in this game? It's predominantly eyes, like the amygdalin figures have those weird little eyes that, like, actually do protrude when it's casting spells. Oh no, playing my favorite game. You guys are gonna be so sick of me. I'm gonna be like, so I was watching this Ancient America essay on the Zapotecs while playing Bloodborne. Blah, blah, blah. And you'll be like, oh my god, girl, shut up. You'd be so sick of me. You know? So the gaping mouth. The other features are only a frame encasing this wide open bodily abyss. You need to pick this up again. You've stopped and gone with this game so often. It's so rich. It's so good. Eric, it's such a good game. Play it before they do the remake. Let's see how my playstyles evolved the past 10 years. Yeah! Like, I have all these weapons, and am I really gonna stick with just this chicken bone and the Kirk hammer? Look at the weapons I've leveled up. Amygdalin arm. Nothing. Kirk hammer. So dedicated to one playstyle. What I appreciate about Bloodborne is there is an economy to the weapons. There's actually very few in the game, and the DLC gave some expanded weapons, but there's actually very few, but they do transform and turn into other weapons. So changing my playstyle, I think, would be a smart thing to do. But I could just do Kirk Hammer again, you know? You feel like the moon presence embodies that concept a bit. I'm intrigued by this, Manny, because I feel like the moon presence. So the moon presence has kind of an almost humanoid 2 dots. It's aligned horizontally, but it has 2 dots and a gaping kind of yonic slit of a mouth. I don't know if it is like big wide open mouth. When I think of mouth monsters, I think of there was a guy in Dark Souls 2, shout out to Dark Souls 2, my least favorite Souls game, but I talk about it all the time. I feel like his name is like the Hunger, or he's like he like became a demon because he ate so much. Definitely the gaping dragon from Dark Souls 1. Yeah, that's for sure a like mouth enemy. I also think of you think of Atomos from Final Fantasy. Oh, the Covetous Demon. There you go. Thank you, Manny. Yeah, the Covetous Demon when I think of like a gaping mouth. In fact, there's actually another person who did it about a short, I think about 15 or 20-minute video on the grotesque in Soulsborne games, which I think is a very nice primer if you're interested in it. I think it's literally called Grotesque in Soulsborne games. The person's called Jacko Productions. I think he does a good job of kind of like an analysis of grotesque forms such as big mouth monsters, and he mentions the Covetous Demon. He also mentions Abritus, one of my favorite characters. So glad he brings up Abritus as this grotesque thing, because Abritus is this odd mix of like sea creature, fungal, plant life, animal, angel, visual design, swirl, spiral creature. I think she's a great example of the grotesque. In a visual aspect, but I don't know if Jacko touches on the fact that... Oh, wait, no, he does. She's in the middle of her transformative process. He mostly focuses on the visual. But I think he leaves a lot of room open for me to discuss what this transitive nature of the grotesque means. You know, not just that things are grotesque, but they're transitive. He also comes to the conclusion that he contends with Harpham's emphasis on the reflective ability that the grotesque allows us, which I disagree with Jacko on that, but I'll talk about that maybe at another time. I'm not going to do a video essay dunking on some guy's conclusions. That would be ridiculous. But I think everyone has open interpretation. You don't know what it is with Dark Souls 2, but as much as it's not liked, you have this attraction. It's my brother's favorite Souls-like, right? And she is so friendly, right? I don't think she aggroes until you attack her, right? I usually got up in her face so many times and just looked at her beautiful macaroni face. The world in Dark Souls 2 feels complete in a way that's very interesting, Zarek. That is fascinating. Because you're very visually surrounded by ruins, right? Everywhere you go, it's ruins of a lost world. What makes it feel complete? I would love to hear your thoughts on this. I'd love to hear it. The reason why you feel like the moon presence embodies a mouth concept, aside from the obvious teeth that they have, is that at the center throughout its form is a consistent void. Oh, I see. It has that void in the center. Okay, we'll have to get a good look at its design and see that void object in it, because that could be framed by the rest of its body, right? I think of the tentacles through which it permeates the world, that it kind of penetrates the world. Tentacles are a great kind of phallic extension that's very grotesque. And I'm thinking of this scene in which it embraces you, which is so interesting. So fascinating. I wonder if we become the host of the host of the child, or just the child itself. I think we're truly reborn at the end, in that ending of Bloodborne. Okay, let's see. The grotesque body, as we have often stressed, is a body in the act of becoming. It's never finished, never completed. It is continually built, created, and builds and creates another body. Moreover, this body swallows a world, and is itself swallowed by the worlds. This is why the essential role belongs to those parts of the body in which it outgrows itself, transgressing its own body. So transgression is also, you know, the ways that you overreach is a big part of the grotesque, in which it conceives a new second body in the bowels and the phallus, of course. These two areas play the leading role in the grotesque image, and it's precisely for this reason that they're predominantly subject to positive exaggeration and hyperbolization. They can even detach from the body and lead an independent life, for they hide the rest of the body as something secondary. So you think about, like, what I think about is like Priapus when I think of like the detached phallus, like the phallus kind of leading things, that Greek god that's like mostly a beepus, you know? If you want to know the core themes of Dark Souls 2 lays it bare with very little obfuscation. Gotcha. Most of Dark Souls, everything is on the brink of collapsing or a big event already happened. In Dark Souls 2, it feels more like the stuff just happened. Like, King Vendrick is still alive, that's true, and the Queen is still an immediate threat. Very true. Interesting point. I like that, Derek. Priapus is mostly a beepus, yeah. It's like a god of... It's like a symbol of fertility. Alrighty. The nose can also, in a way, detach itself in a grotesque form of the body. Yeah. Next to the bowels and the genital organs is the mouth, through which enters the world to be swallowed up, and then the anus. All these convexivities and orifices have a common characteristic. It is within them that the confines between bodies, between the body and the world, are overcome. There's an interchange and an interorientation. That is why the main events in the life of the grotesque body, the acts of bodily drama, take place in this sphere. Eating, drinking, defecating, and other elimination, like sweating, blowing of the nose, sneezing, as well as copulation, pregnancy, dismemberment, swallowing up by another body. All these acts are performed within the confines of the body and the outer world, or on the confines of the old and the new body. All these events, the beginning and end of life, are closely linked and interwoven. Yeah, I feel like death is just another rebirth, at least in this game. What's going on at Mr. 8 Games, Mark? How are you doing today? In the sci-fi book series, there's human modifications that some take part in, including tentacle-like appendages and augmentations. Some are prejudiced against non-humans, right? With huge air quotes. Interesting, right? Yeah, because we see it as like, well, you have defiled the body by changing it. You know? I think a lot of cultures still see that, unfortunately, that like any augmentation of the body, any change from what you were literally born as, any surgical procedure you have could be considered by some cultures, some folks, to be sacrilegious and like a defilement, right? I know I've had surgery, and to some folks that would be like, oh, you've opened up the body and made yourself impure. It's like, listen, I had some stuff in me that had to come out. All right. But that's kind of opening up the body, and some folks don't like that. Dark Souls 2 feels like it had the most thought put into the world. Just that they bit off a little more than they could chew. You think, in terms of actually physically designing it with the tech available, yeah, it definitely feels like there's a little something missing. That's true. What they consider defilement could also be evolution, right? And that is something in this game, right? The act of putting eyes on the inside is what Provost Willem of Bergenworth thinks is like the next step of humanity. They've got to ascend. They need to become something else. They see in humanity as like an infancy of a god state. If they can just line themselves with eyes, then they can become this new greater thing, which is the next step. So interesting that he views it as a state of becoming, but that is the ideal self that they're in transition towards. And if they just keep augmenting the body, they'll get there. Right? Yeah, that's true. Tattoos were and still are viewed by some as defilement, right? Any kind of procedure, any kind of change can be viewed as defilement. But literally anything else, you know, any form of contamination to the body is viewed in the same way too. The artistic logic of the grotesque image ignores the closed, so I think of like the uncut open body in this game, the smooth and impenetrable surface of the body, and retains only its excrescences, like sprouts and buds, which makes me think of the milkweed rune. Do I have this stuff I can equip to get that going? We're here in the thing. Let me transform a bit. Let me just get grotesque up in here, which we already are literally from the jump of the game. Like I told you guys, like 8 seconds into the game, you get a blood infusion. Now you have beasts in you. So, I don't remember what arcane haze is. I don't know what all this is. I have haze extracted. I don't know what about all that. Let's put on the milkweed rune. Let's start with that. You could also put on the bestial rune, I suppose. So the beast rune. Where's my milkweed? Oh, that would be over here. Duh. Obviously. Get ourselves a little milkweed rune. Oh! It just does it. I forgot. Okay, cool. So runes, I think, are inscribed into the body. I forget what Garamond says about the runes, but the transcription of the inhuman sticky whispers that reveal the nature of a celestial attendant. Those who take on this oath become a lumen wood that peers towards the sky, feeding phantasms in its luscious bed. So we are the host right now of these like snail-like creatures. We are the material being consumed so that they can maybe achieve this kind of sentience that I think Rom and Abradis are trying to become, like a great one. Well, Abradis is, I think, already in the process of a great one, but she's abandoned. She's still transitive though. It reminds you of something I mentioned in StarCraft and makes you think of it still. Talking about humans using holes to talk, eat, and hear was primitive to the creatures in StarCraft, right? I think there's also a creature in Mass Effect that they use like psychic communication. It's like the brain creature uses like telepathic communication to speak, or like reverberation in the airwaves to speak with you instead of, and the Elcor use sense to communicate instead. So portrayed in that way, it does feel grotesque, right? That we're like this mouth hole that all my germs could be coming out of right now, by the way. If I was speaking in close proximity, you'd have like so many little droplets on you from me foaming out the mouth talking about one of my favorite subjects. All this fluid, all these germs could be coming at you, and this is the way we chose to communicate? Wow. Milkweed looking like a stand for H.P. Lovecraft, it's true. But to me, it looks like a body that's laying down that has growth coming out of it. And that we're also returning to the soil. That's what the milkweed rune looks like to me. A person laying down, their skull abandoned, and their body becoming food to sustain the earth and other life. That's what I think. The Hanar, good thing. Thank you. Thank you for remembering the Hanar. So, the lumen wood, they peer to the sky, feeding phantasms in its luscious bed. Phantasms guide us and lead us to further discoveries. You can see that like mushrooms, right? Yeah, we see a lot of these, like, I mean, look at the way these things grow up out of us. And this strange kind of curling. See on the neck, that odd curl coming up out of us. The way that it twists down the hands as well. You just become like soil, essentially. There's a very mushroom or tree-like configuration here. I love that we're not really truly sure what mushrooms are in real life too. We're like, well, it's not a plant. It's not really an animal, and it's not a person. It's its own secret thing. You know? God, I love mushrooms. They're so weird. Thanks, mushrooms. Shout out to mushrooms. Okay. Never finished, never complete. So this is one of the ways that we can augment ourselves. I think I have a special... Don't I have like a... Is there a special weapon that aligns with this? Do you all remember, or is it just the rune? I think there might be a weapon that aligns with this. I've always wondered about this thing too. I see folks doing this in their challenge runs. I think it's a dex weapon. Right. Brandished by Braider. That I always see folks doing this and they die from it. Seems its true and terrifying form after it draws blood from the inner reaches of one's body and soul. The only effective means expelling tainted blood. Right. Another way to purify and purge. If you would like to learn more about purification and purging, Kristeva and her theory of the abject is great. I will get to that someday. But we're not talking about the abjects. We're talking about the grotesque, of course. I know this beast claw. Oh, it's the maybe the cause parasite? I think it's the cause parasite. That's the special weapon. What mushrooms are isn't really what we see, but the root system, right? Yeah, what we see is the fruit they create. That's what we see on the surface is a mushroom's like reproductive babies. Avowed is a great game if you want to dig into a game that uses mushrooms as a big unknowable creature. Avowed, that sounds cool. So, yes, this makes sense. If we're the host to a phantasm right now, if our lumenwood body is feeding a phantasm, it would make sense that this cause parasite is our main weapon. How do I transform this? Oh yeah, let's get wiggly. Look at me go. So wiggly. But I'm still just a host to it, this parasite. I'm not really truly in control of it, am I? Let's learn more about our parasite. With the carcass of Cause, this is a DLC weapon. Washed up on the coast, its insides were teeming with tiny parasites, unlike any found in humans. Get into this. I wish I had my own magnifying glass. Ugh, it'd be so great. This atypical weapon can only be clasped tight and swung, but a Cause parasite is said to stimulate phantasms. Oh, right. If you're not a lumenwood, this is not as useful. You can only just kind of dork it around. But I think this figure is pretty indiscernible. It has some clear like feather-like appendages at the end, which are also resembling plant matter. Then there's like the kind of worm-like aspect of it. I think this is truly a grotesquerie in that I can't discern what's going on in its body. That's true. Mushrooms are big in the production design of Last of Us. I did play the game, so I know mushrooms are big in that. Mushrooms that leak syrup that looks like blood are so wild, right? Ugh, yeah, those are wilds. Getting an IRL magnifying glass? I have one, and it's by the brand Dick Faos. And I just laugh at it every time I see it. My dad uses it to, like, inspect coins and comics in the basement. Did I beat Orphan of Cause twice? Who is she? Who is this woman? I beat Orphan of Cause twice? Who that? When the hell did I do that? God, I was a different creature, I tell ya. I love this weird thing. Let's double hand it and then heavy attack. Big old tickles. Big old tickles. My 10 tickles. I got 10 of them. So yeah, we are now just the host of this parasite, letting it feed upon us. That's what's become of our body. That's the kind of heat I'm bringing. Is I'm worm food. All right. Which is interesting because I do believe mushrooms make certain things bioavailable. Maybe not as well as plant life does, but by which I mean certain plants can break down nutrients in organic matter, such as banana peels and whatnot. They can break down the nutrients in it so that other plants can absorb them more readily. So perhaps the mushroom is breaking down my body, which then the parasite finds very enticing. I feel like you can find the lumen wood. I feel like you find this on a dock. This rune as well. And then of course Kaz's weapon is found. I think after raiding Kaz, you might have to turn his soul into it. I can't remember how to acquire it, but it did say something interesting about it. Tiny parasites. Very strange, odd parasites. I know I want to do something. Oh, did it have something to do with... The rune had something to do with the lady from the church. Let me check out my rune real quick. My Lumenwood rune. This reminds you of the dragon stuff in Elden Ring on a mechanical perspective. Oh yes, augmenting the body by eating dragon hearts. Consuming. I love it, Snake. So we don't... Why is this one? No. Milkweed. Oh, this is the rune that Saint Adeline envisions. That's right. Miss Adeline. I was like, Adele, isn't she the one that's like jealous of the Ariana lady? Adele is the church lady who, if you take blood from Ariana too many times, she will get so jealous she will kill Ariana. And then you get Ariana shoes, I think. Who cares? Instead, Adeline, I was just talking about her earlier when I was talking about Yosefka's clinic. She is one of the experimented upon folks inside the Astral Clock Tower. Dell is rolling in the deep. And sometimes she sets fire to the rain. Yeah, and sometimes she's just chasing pavements. So Adeline is one of the people who were augmented in the Astral Tower and has that big bulbous pulsing head that's filled with that strange liquid that turns her kind of into, well, they're trying to turn her into kin, right? Into like these godlike creatures. So she, I think in essence, by attaining this knowledge, is able to create this rune. I love our mega runes. These are great. So Carol leaves these runes. He's working at Bergenworth. And we don't know too much about him. He's left as kind of a mystical figure. But I do like that other folks aside from Carol are making these inscriptions. You know? They're also conceiving of these eldritch signs. The concept of mushrooms making substances more consumable for other creatures is why there's so many mushrooms in Elden Ring as well. Is that true? I don't remember the mushrooms in Elden Ring. How fascinating. Alright, let's become a beast. So, oh, I'm not... Oh, can I literally not wear this weapon? Oh, did I unequip it? Oh, no, Hold on. Do I not have it? Hold it. Okay. I just can't equip it as a beast. Interesting. So let me get the beast claw then. Let me get a look at my beautiful gal now that she's all transformed. You want me to zoom in, Ziff? Okay, hold on. My camera's gonna get a little stuttery as I open up the app to zoom in. Speaking of zoom in, look at this beauty right here. Look at that big, exaggerated, grotesque mouth. We love to see it. Alrighty, zooming time. Zoom in for Ziff. Ah, the grotesque mouth. Behold. Bergenworth sounded like a discount clothing store to you? That's very funny. To me it sounded fairly academic, you know. Look at this beauty. I love the way the hair just kind of jettisons backwards. So wow, I think you can see we have like little wolfy ears or something too. Little werewolf of London ears over here. But then I think you get the big old arm if you equip the weapon. Oh, that's me using an item. I hope I didn't just kill an NPC. Let's two-hand it. Oh god, Jesus Christ. There we go. So it doesn't transform the beast claw itself weapon. It's still in the right hand. But you do get that big old distended arm. Big old paw ski. Oh, and I'm stinking up the joint? I'm stinking up the joint for some reason. Why am I stinky? I'm suddenly very smelly. I'm burning? I'm burning. Is it because I have the torch? Is it hurting me? Oh my god, I just realized I was hurting my own self with a torch because beasts can't abide by the flame. That's hilarious. That is so funny. Ah, sorry. Oh no, I had my gun out, so... Why am I smoking up right now? At least I'm not losing HP. Let's double hand this again. And let me look into this. Oh! And remove it, of course. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Thanks, video game. Ah, Irreverent Izzy. What a cool figure. So this is not a DLC item. You can find this in the Forbidden Woods, if I'm not mistaken. Crafted by chiseling long bones of an undead dark beast, like Dark Beast Parl, the lightning-based boss you fight, and fastening them to a weapon. The bones are still alive, and when unleashed, it grants its wielder a spurt of beastly power. As flesh is flayed and blood is sprayed, the beast within awakens. And in time, the wielder of this weapon surges with both strength and feverish reverie. Reverie! Ooh, this is important for my carnival. Let me write this down. Beast Claw. Beast Claw description. The Saucy Cannibal guy has one of these. That makes a lot of sense. It is interesting, however, that, I mean, by his garb, he would be a churchgoer, right? He would be like a secret church agent. I took all your other ways of being evil away. I'm sorry, Zeph. But at least you get to have fun with this. As flesh is flayed and blood is sprayed, the beast within awakens. Sounds very carnival-esque already. And in time, the wielder of this weapon surges with both strength and feverish reverie. I wish I wasn't so sleepy. Let's see. If I wanted to read something for this, probably about the carnival. So there's just so much to talk about. Contagion, purification. I gotta finish. I was listening to Carol Emerson's presentation on masks, which, I mean, totally sidetracked me. So you can wear a lot of masks in this game. Masks are a huge part of the carnival. Is putting on a different persona. It's not a personality, but a different persona. So what masks can do, like, are you mimicking something? Are you concealing your own self? Are you negating the self by wearing a mask? Liberating yourself? Creating a new self? She also asks, are masks compatible with ethical behavior, with actions that add up and that we have to agree to answer for? I thought that was such an important question. Such an interesting one. So then I was like, what masks is this in the game? And then I got lost in looking at all these cool masks. You're getting what I have of my Bloodborne revisited on Twitch. Am I planning to put it on YouTube? I was thinking about it, but it's incomplete, so I wasn't sure, to be fair, if I should. Good old Brador scalped somebody and wore a scalp. So wild. So ridiculous. Masks are an obvious lie when you think about them as a concept. Are they truly a lie? Or are they bringing out the real self, Manny? Like, can a mask be a way to liberate, as Dr. Emerson was talking about in this 1 hour long video I haven't finished watching? Because I think you're able to release your inhibitions when you wear a mask. You're able to act with impunity. And so we get to see who you really are. Who is the real you that you've been hiding behind your own social mask, you know? We talk about masking when it comes to ADHD and autism, of like performing I'm so glad you did that. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it. Natasha Bedingfield, or whatever the hell her name was. I love her. Just that one song, though. So, masks, right? We talk about masking when it comes to ADHD and autism as like kind of performing the social role that is expected of you and concealing whatever your discomforts are, or you're feeling as if you're not fit in the role that you're being asked to perform. Masking is something that people with ADHD and autism do in order to sort of get through some situations in life, you know? I deleted the latter part. Did I? Oh no, I didn't delete the latter part of Bloodborne. I just stopped doing it because it wasn't generating conversation, and conversation is what I treasure most about streaming, which makes it really hard for me to do co-working because I just want to talk to you all. Isn't this terrible? What I should do is just be really quiet and read my book. But that's literally so hard to do. So hard to do. I really should wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow and do some more reading. And then I'll tell you guys about what I read. How about that? and let me continue reading too. Since it's only 8 o'clock. Now I am thinking of wrapping up in 30 minutes, folks. That's going to be a little early, but I'd like to get to bed early, like I said. Grotesque images may, of course, present other members, organs, and parts of the body, especially dismembered parts, but they play a minor role in the drama. They're never stressed unless they replace the leading image, which I think is the eye in this game. I think the eye sort of supplants the mouth in this. Hi, Kale. Good to see you. That's the architectural playthrough I was talking about, right? The real you only exists in isolation with others around. People have to do some sort of performance. This is very true. Is a mask a way of isolating oneself? It is a separation and a difference, isn't it? Manny, is that what a mask can be? In fact, I didn't take full notes on this because I got so excited about masks and Bloodborne that I had to start reading about the masks in Bloodborne. Emerson was arguing that masks cheerfully negate all uniformity and similarity. And the mask is never just one object among other objects. I gotta listen to the rest of that talk, though. Still have to do the song and dance, yeah. I think we're always doing a song and dance. Unless you give yourself the opportunity to be your real, vulnerable self. But in doing so, you do have to take off the mask of the self, don't you? You learned more in the decade you spent teaching than in your entire career as a student. Recontextualizing information is the best way to absorb it. For sure, I feel that. I would agree as well. I used to teach English, Little John Cena, as a professor. Well, no, sorry. I was a teacher's assistant. Whoa. Here's me sleepily misspeaking. Teacher's assistant when I was in grad school. It was very interesting. And it really helps you understand people a lot better, right? We all have sort of facets of us. It depends on the person we're around, the role we're assuming. And we're always becoming something else, right? I guess that's what you're hinting at, Manny, right? Is the real you. That's the ideal self, which isn't attainable. It's just whatever ideas about you have crystallized, whatever experiences you feel like presenting forward in that moment, right? Oh, I need to change out of this outfit because it's making that shimmering sound. Anyway, I just think it's so cool we get to be a big old beast boy. Let's see what our attacks are like. Glad the doll isn't around for this. Oh, I need my stamina back. That's right. I can't do a full attack. Okay, let's do a charge R2. That's a charge R2, huh? Let's transform back. Fun combo. And then, of course, you gotta remember you can do transformed attacks. Transform back and forward between weapons. I never really made good use of those in any of my playthroughs of Bloodborne. Let me change this outfit, though. Well, actually just take the beast rune off, which I had to do in here. Oh, that's true! Oh my god, such a great callback to the Zenla Zone Zero sponsored stream. Where I couldn't talk about other video games, so I just said that I worked different jobs. Remember that time when I was a plumber and I was jumping around going into pipes and stuff too? That was so cool. What a great job that was. Okay, I don't know what the rune was that I had for it. Let me just see what we... Oh, no, don't get an optimal rune, Tina. You're literally just gonna go look at fire. Well, we need the torch out for the crackling sound effects, don't we? Gotta have that good crackle. Something like that, but in isolation, you don't have to consider anything but yourself, which lessens over time. Because you care less about appeasing others. Good point, Manny, yeah. You love this stream. You wouldn't mind if I actually co-worked in comfortable silence tomorrow. Let's see if I could be comfortable with silence, to be fair. I don't know. I'm so awkward. I'm a talker. You know me. So, the grotesque ignores the impenetrable surface that closes and limits the body as a separate and completed phenomenon. The grotesque image displays not only the outward, but also the inner features of the body. blood, bowels, heart, and other organs. So I think we've seen, like, the amygdala, I think, has its rib cage exposed. I think there's a few enemies in this game. I mean, obviously exposing blood, I think there's certainly tons of enemies that use their blood as a weapon against you, including certain bosses like Lady Maria. And also Lady Yarnum as well. No, Queen Yarnum. The Sumerian queen. That are just like, hey, have my blood. Enjoy this. We've already sufficiently stressed that the grotesque imagery constructs what we might call a double body. In the endless chain of bodily life, it retains parts in which one link joins the other, in which the life of one body is born from the death of the preceding older one, but is still existing simultaneously within itself, right? Kind of like the lumen wood and the parasite. The life and death of both of those being sustained and interlinked. Not like I equipped the Lumenwood rune, and then if I equip that cause parasite, if it like completely supplanted my body and I was just the parasite, that would be me completely transcending that stage, right? Mind flayers and their don't be exposed to their proboscis. Let us point out that the grotesque body is cosmic and universal. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. It stresses elements common to the entire cosmos. Earth, water, fire, and air. We do see some enemies embodying fire. In the Chalice Dungeons, there's that Hell Dog. I think it's called the Watchdog of the Old Ones. And of course, Lawrence, the First Saint. Highlighter tutor activate. Yeah, let me just... Where's my little flags? Hold on. Just get out my flags here. This is literally my book, and I can draw on it as much as I want, but I'm still bookmarking. But I have highlighter flags, of course. So the cosmic, right? We like that. Lady Maria and Horned Lizards both launching their weaponized bloody. That's why I didn't know that about Horned Lizards. What's going on, Jessica Game Hero? Good to see you. First thing you hear is have my blood, right? Yeah. Welcome to Bloodborne. This game is a lot about blood. A lot about blood. So, the elements that I stress are earth, fire, wind, and air. It also is directly related to the sun and to the stars. Think of our celestial emissaries. It contains the signs of the zodiac. It reflects the cosmic hierarchy. This body can merge with various natural phenomena, with mountains, rivers, seas, islands, and continents. Oh god, what was the line from... God, one of my favorite, the hardest line in this game is like, curse the someone, their sons too, and there's something forever true. And then they talk about the sea after that. It was so sickening. It's like after you beat Cause, they drop that line. I'm like, that's so cold. But I don't remember the line at all. And it's one of my favorite things in the game. Damn, I wonder if I wrote it down the other day. Cat Planet's an elder god? You better believe! Are you kidding me? He's very grotesque. You're doing the second part of the terrible questionnaire assignment. You have to choose 5 actions to reduce your carbon impact. And then rank them in order likelihood you do them. You have at the moment... Stop eating eggs and drop dead. You're already below the government target, which is half the average. Also, I think, like... become Avalanche from Final Fantasy VII and stop companies from pumping out a bunch of pollution is number 3, probably. Curse the fiends, their children too, and their children forever true. Yes, I wonder why that one caught me for some reason. There was something about the sea, though. I feel like there was a line about the sea that was getting me. I was like, yo. Man. Does Simon say that? He might say that. It might also be a voiceover that happens literally as you beat Cause. Like, after you beat Cause. Trying to see if I was taking notes on that. And I had some ideas about the Hunter's Nightmare. Like, is the carnival over? Does it ever end in Hunter's Nightmare? I love the reverse chronology of the Hunter's Nightmare, too. But I feel like there's a line about the sea. Because I think the shaman... Simon also says clap while jumping up and down. If y'all aren't doing it right now, you're failing. Damn. I'm so mad that I don't have this line. I thought for sure I wrote it down. It was itching my brain when I had heard it in some video I was watching the other day. Damn. I think it does end in the Hunter's Nightmare when the facade... In the Hunter's Dream. You think the hunt ends then? With this facade burning down? But then in the ending where you let Garamond kill you, you still wake up in Yarnum. I think the cycle continues. If you take Garamond's place, the cycle continues. And if you become the Moon Presence, now you can become another weird guy that feasts upon the Yarnumites, you know? You're there like, I walk everywhere and sew up holes in my ancient clothes. Why must I change? Yeah, I feel like you should... For this assignment that you're doing, Games She Plays, you should tell them, like, listen, this ain't about me, and stop putting the onus solely on the individual when we have so many corporations pumping up pollution. Like, yes, everyone should be doing their best, but it's not down to just that. Like, there's so much more that could be done if we made some massive strides in not killing the planet. What are we talking about? So on Saturday, I'm going to give a presentation on the Grotesque and Bloodborne. The game you're looking at right now is Bloodborne. This book is on the Grotesque. Well, this book is Rabelais in his world, which contains Bakhtin's theory of the Grotesque, viewed through the lens of his examination of Rabelais's literary works. So I will be doing a presentation on freaking Saturday about it. And if I don't girl up and, like, sit down during these streams and actually read these books, I will not be able to give a good presentation on Saturday. So I'm currently working with everybody. You know that sound of distressness? Oh, the sound of distress that Ness makes in Earthbound? That's how you feel about my work right now. What should I do when I get some days off? Oh, that's how you feel about your work right now. Okay. What should you do when you get some days off? Also, hello to everybody, and of course, to the greatest to ever do it. Hello, Smee. So good to see you. I'm so sorry you're feeling super distressed. Is it the sound that Ness makes in Earthbound? What is it? What can you represent it in text? What the sound would be like? You feel like the hunt ends when the dream collapses, because when you wake in that ending, Yarnum returns to its normal state, but like our carnivals, they will always return. That's true. It is cyclical. So, in essence, the cycle begins again, right? It's just that we have to wait until the hunt is needed once more. The first question was, what estimates did you have to make about, like, about your carbon output? Is that what you had to do? Cutting down a commercial airline and shipping tanker travel would also cut carbon emissions by almost directly the same percentages of airline cuts. The emissions are so bad on those vehicles, right? When he's walking around and missing his mom, damn, he makes a sound like that. Also, not bombing would be great. Yeah, that's really busting up the world and contributing a lot of carbon. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Just Game Hero. I need all the luck I can get, honestly. But that's very interesting, Manny. I do see that as since Carnival is something that comes is a cyclical thing, that is supposed to be the end of the old and the beginning of the new. By the end of it, the old has been supplanted by the new, and we're ready to, like, get ready until the time comes back around for Carnival again. So yeah, I suppose so. I wonder how long this particular hunt has gone on for. I wonder how long Yarnum is experiencing this phase. It must be a very long time. But the carnival begins again if someone else inherits Gehrman's position, right? Another hunter's coming soon. If you wake up in Yarnum... Well, if you wake up in Yarnum, has your own hunter's dream ended? What damage has been done with the nightmare being slain? I think it just creates a vacuum for other great ones to fill. So while the workshop is on fire, I think if the moon presence is sustained still through the sacrifice of souls, I think Gehrman could possibly recreate the hunter's dream workshop. I think he could restore it. But again, we would need another carnival for it, right? It's a mystery, because like our own dreams, you ever only remember the final fleeting moments. Very true, Manny. How beautiful and poetic. And the rest is just mangled, isn't it? Just like the Hunter's Nightmare, which is this strange recollection of events long gone. Happening out of order. Remembering only the trauma. You don't even have to submit this assignment to pass, but it will affect your grade, which you won't count. It won't count towards your degree because you're a first year. You're tempted to submit I am not the problem here. I think you should be honest and submit like I do a lot of work actually to reduce my carbon outputs, because I think that will lead to some good conversation. Imagine if the results of the discussion if the results of these assignments are going to be read aloud, you know, the next day. I am drawing parallels between studies in this game, Smee. Yeah, but tell me about what you would like to do on your days off. Thanks for reminding me to drink some water as I'm here. I'm sorry if I've missed literally everything and anything. I'm so tired, everybody. But if I missed redemptions, or if I miss anybody popping in, like units, hello, good to see you. I'm trying to read as much as I can, and doing a very bad job of it, honestly. But tell me, so what are you gonna do to replenish your soul? Maybe now I remember in the past you've had like a fun night out on the town, Smee. Maybe there's a fun movie you could go watch. You could go dancing or something. Do these sound like fun ideas? It's big brain stuff. No wonder you're tripping about having a good presentation. Not to like stress me out, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what the scope is going to be, because there's so much that aligns with this, and there's so many different levels to this, as like surface level aesthetics. Then there's like the second level of like the metaphorical grotesque as it presents in the game, how it helps us understand. Then I can get into the tertiary level of like how grotesques help us better understand ourselves. By positing that the body can never be perfect or ideal, and that, you know, we're all just getting through it. And now, the game she plays assignment, which is a 1,000-word rant about how, even though a carnivore diet would be the safest for her, she eats vegetarian at home for the planet and resents being told she needs to shower 4 minutes instead of 5. Yeah. Oh, I can't believe anyone would tell you that, game she plays. You should take a nice, long, luxurious 6-minute shower, in my estimation. So we're listening to this nice crackling fireplace. I'm doing studies. I'm preparing for a presentation on Saturday. Am I a bullet point person? Not really. I mean, right now, this entire stream, I've just been riffing about ideas of the grotesque and Bloodborne, but I don't think I've presented a cogent concept, which I want to do. So I'm going to write out a script. And maybe... However, I want you to know already, I've planned plenty of points of interaction. I just want you to know. I have so many times where I'm going to ask the audience about things, okay? Like... how do we culturally purify ourselves? And what acts do we do that defile the body? I don't want to hear about anybody masturbating, by the way. That's not for you to... That's not for you guys to chip in. But anyway, Am I going to mention the get good approach to these games? It's an interesting concept, isn't it, Morphinius? Because good is an ideal. No one is perfect at this game, are they? Even the hitless folks have to go through dozens of attempts before they can get that one hitless attempt, right? And speedrunners are always chasing this perfect ideal of narrowing their time down more and more. But that is a transitive state. World records are always being broken, aren't they? So somebody else could put in just that little extra more time and shave off 1 or 2 more seconds for the world record. So even these things are not ideal. They are grotesque in a way. One can never truly be good or get good. You had a bath on Monday? Yes, you're going to be drawn and quartered for it, Game She Plays. How dare you? On the bright side, hi Alex, if I end up with a mad rambling presentation born upon a broken mind overloaded with too much insight, it would be on theme, right? Yeah, exactly. It would be, I think there's an item description literally about that. Oh yeah, it's, those who go mad are merely thoughtful souls who fail to reach any conclusions. That's how I'm gonna end Saturday's presentation, like, yeah, so that's me. I learned too much and now my head is exploding open. Can we be well? I hope that you will be well, Morphinius. I need a monocle? I do. One of my, this guy who owned the private collection of the library of my university had a monocle, a cape, and several stuffed badgers. And I was like, that's... You are being your authentic self, my man. Hell yeah. Let's go. I think one of them was named Ladybird. It's wild. Good for him, though. Imagine. Like, if you own the private collection of books in a library, you should have a monocle and maybe a cape. That dude had so much swagger. You should consider this like a novel. Something like Act 1, Prologue, Explaining the Grotesque, and in general on carnivals. Definitely. That's how I'm going to be structuring it. 2, linking Bloodborne to the meta concepts of the carnival. And 3, transcending the hunt, right? Turning it to ourselves, lining our own eyes on the inside. I'm going to be doing something quite like that, Manny. Right now, I suppose what I'm doing, I always think of when I'm creating an essay as weaving like a quilt. I'm taking patches of... Oh, patches! Soulsborne reference. He's a spider in this game for some reason. So we're taking patches of information and creating a new thing from them. Weaving our own patterns and making the colors harmonize and things like that. So I always chunk out a whole bunch of quotes. Then I'm going to chunk out a whole bunch of like pull quotes from characters in this game, item descriptions, visual, you know. Now that I can do this visually, used to... For an essay, there's no like visual accompaniment, but for a video essay or a presentation, better believe I've already been designing some slides. Can I show you some of the things? Drawn some pictures already. Because I'm like, oh, I know exactly how this is going to look. Check it out. Oh. What do you think about my thing on perception? On all the eyeballs. Close up of the nightmare of Mensis brain or amygdala. Perception in the grotesque. So, you think this will be a good cathartic process for me? I have a knack for this. You think I'm gonna have a big empty head and well-deserved pumpkin goblin time my days off? God, I hope so. I really hope so. I can't wait to try my sliders. The Eldritch sliders. This will be a lot of fun. I love visual elements. I used to love PowerPoint presentations in grad school. I loved it. I was working on my MS Paint, collaging stuff together. My PowerPoint presentations slayed, let me tell you. They slayed. No one was doing PowerPoints like myself. I made an art of it, let me tell you. My presentation on the yellow wallpaper, honey. You never seen something like that. You would start seeing faces in the wallpaper too if you saw it. So, I can't wait to do this. My little PowerPoint multimedia presentation, which is going to be so low budget. My little, like, My little because listen, I haven't got any of those new tools to trade. I just got a sprite now, so now I'm gonna be using a sprite to like draw things. Oh yes, this Saturday, just a game here. Check this out. This Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern time. So if you go forward 1 hour and then go forward 13 hours and then into Saturday, that's the time I'm going to be giving my presentation. It's going to be a part of the Firekeeper's raid train to celebrate the Bloodborne 10th anniversary because this game's 10 years old and it still looks so beautiful and it's still so important and good. It's one of the best games ever. If someone was like, I would like to play a Soulsborne game, I'd be like, you gotta play Bloodborne. Gotta play Bloodborne. Have to play Bloodborne. Don't even pick up Dark Souls 1. Don't play 2 or 3 before this. Don't touch Elden Ring or Sekiro. Don't do any of that Jedi stuff. Don't play Hollow Knight, which is one of my favorite games of all time. I'd say get Bloodborne. You gotta play it. Get a PS4 and play Bloodborne. I hope so, Manny. I hope so. And I want to... I'm trying to now conceptualize, Manny, this as like... Hey, that's your argument, right? John Cena is that strong art direction is more important than visual fidelity. I'm always saying this. I hate it when games are like, let's visualize every pore. No. Have character. Don't show me the pores in Yakuza. Although that is in itself its own art style. I'll excuse Yakuza for the realism. But I'm trying to think of Saturday as like, this is my soft launch for a 12-hour essay. Probably. You'll pretend you did not just see the combination of Don't Play and Hollow Knight. Listen, Quantum. Excuse me, who was giving out 5 or 6 or maybe even 10, I can't remember, copies of Hollow Knight on her birthday because she wanted everyone to play it? You know this. You know this, Quantum, and I know that you know this. You were there. So... It does. It is very... It's, supernaturally real, right? It's the hyper real. It's the ideal real, right? With all the presentation of masculinity in it. Play Bloodborne first and then Sekiro, because it reinforces Buddhist ideologies by perverting those ideologies. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. That's why you're pretending. Okay, I will play pretend with you too. You gotta finish this game, but your PS4 died. You don't want to buy another one? No, they do need to do a PC port. I don't know why they're not doing it though. Someone can explain that to me. I would appreciate it. So, let's see. Ooh. Okay. The new bodily canon in all its historic variations in different genres presents an entirely finished, completed, strictly limited body, which is shown from the outside as something individual. That which protrudes, bulges, sprouts, or branches off when a body transgresses its limits and a new one begins is eliminated, hidden, or moderated. All orifices of the body are closed. This reminds me of like photoshopping and they get rid of your pores and stuff. No orifices. None of them. Hide the holes. No holes allowed. And the belly tucked in Photoshop. Always a little tummy tuck going on in Photoshop. The basis of the image is the individual, strictly limited mass, the impenetrable facade. The opaque surface and the body's valleys acquire an essential meaning as the border of a closed individuality that doesn't merge with other bodies and with the world. All attributes of the unfinished world are carefully removed, as well as all signs of its inner life. The verbal norms of official and literary language, determined by the canon, prohibit all that is linked with fecundity, pregnancy, and childbirth. If they need this game. Okay, hold on. Let me allow Master... Oh, great. Thanks. Thanks, me. You do not need to see every hair fiber. Let me use my imagination at some point. Give me some stories, some ideas, some vague enough for me to interpret without destroying the artist's original intent. Or finding out... You don't even need to know the artist's original intent to arrive at a conclusion, right? Smee, you can enjoy something without knowing what they meant by it. You can make your own interpretation. So, it'll be 9 a.m. Just a Game Hero, my time. Just so you know, on Saturday. FromSoft doesn't own the rights to Bloodborne, Sony does. Miyazaki had to go on record late last year saying he'd love to revisit it, but it's out of his control. As someone that's worked in the industry a bit, You promise there's a single guy that doesn't want it to happen has the power to block it.
This single guy. Oh.
It's killing me. You have heard there's been some success getting it onto PC via an Australian relative. Oh, to the ostrich, of course. You may look into the bird method. Yeah, the death of the author, indeed, is the arrival at the meaning of the text which you can provide, right? What was that called? New literary criticism or something like that? New something? God, I learned about that. It's very interesting, but you know, there's a million different ways to interpret text and a billion different lenses through which you can look through it. Your lens is the most beautiful, Smee, whatever it may be. This conversation is right in the pit of what you're writing your essay about. It's comforting to know that you're not alone. Yeah, there's dozens of us, people that don't need to see every pore, and like, you know, the polygons sometimes it's fun to see. Okay, so we're talking about literary stuff. The verbal norms of official and literary language determined by canon prohibit all that is linked with fecundity, pregnancy, and childbirth. There's a sharp line of division between familiar speech and correct language. Interesting. Then Bakhtin talks about the 15th century, which is when they discovered the grottos. It was a time of considerable freedom at that point, so I think they were free to explore some of these grotesque corruptions and stuff. Also, it's 8:30. I did kind of want to wrap up early so I can get to bed early so I can wake up early tomorrow and do more of this. I actually don't mind. Do you guys want to hang out for 30 more minutes? Or should I go to bed? You think too much interpretation is bad? You definitely want to see and hear what other artists believe and think in their direction. Where they're talking about... taking us without you needing to do much of the work on their behalf. Interesting. Okay. Where they're taking us without you needing to do too much of the work on their behalf. I get it. Like, you want to hear other people's interpretations, and sometimes... Position 1, Tiny. Petition 1. Damn it, my camera's not listening to me. Great. Where it'd be good to hear other people's interpretations of work, and then that might align with something that you find to be true about a text or a game or something. Maybe it's a natural stopping point, like finishing this line of conversation, going to bed. And whoops, we kind of ended it anyway, I guess. If I need to rest up, you're completely fine. You want to hang out more, but if you want to take advantage of early bedtime, I mean, I'm still going to... let me see if I can read a little bit more. I also have to say, I want y'all to be real. I think you guys are going to say you liked it anyway. Dang it. If I say, like, did you guys think it's okay to do this stream? Where I just, you know, read about stuff. And I think you're going to say yes. It sucks when we like your streams. So I might do this tomorrow again. But do a lot more, like, reading. I don't know if I'm going to do a lot of quiet reading. I might do a lot of talking reading. But I do have to take at least one day where I'm not doing this. Because I think if I literally talk for 5 hours... Remember when I was... Okay. I don't know if y'all know about this. Some of y'all... Little John Cena, you may not have been around when I was ranking vegetables, okay? I did 2 streams, 5 hours each, where I ranked all the vegetables, and I nearly destroyed my throat. So, I have in the past done stupid things and talked too much, and hurt my throat in doing it. So, I can do smart things and talk too much too, but I don't want to hurt my throat before Saturday. I will see how my throat is doing tomorrow, and we might just let Tell Me Why or something speak for me. Shout outs to the pears. I do love a good pear. I heard someone say that pears are what apples wish they were. I thought that was interesting because they're very juicy. But I'm glad that this stream introduced you to me and got you to subscribe. I mean, I'm more appreciative that you're joining our community. I love the idea of your essay, and I'm excited to hear more about Silent Hill 2 and realism and presentation. And see, are you going to get your book? Are you going to get your copy of Harpham and Bakhtin? You didn't want to bring it up because, you know, I don't really care too much or don't want to do, but this co-working stream has pulled some good numbers. That is fascinating. Who would have thought? I haven't been looking at it at all, you know. Where do melons fall on the list? You think cantaloupe, honeydew are F tier fruits. Okay. I love cantaloupes and honeydew. Curcumins, good ass product right there. Because I like that they're a little funky. They're a little resistant. They're not perfectly sweet. They have that weirdness to them. So I appreciate the weirdness. You love this stuff? It would have been cool to see this when the podcast. Yes, this would have been a good idea doing research for the podcast. It would have actually helped me continue to do the podcast, me. Because, that was a monumental amount of work I had to do every other week back when I was doing it every other week. And doing it during the stream would have been a good way to plug in 5 or 10 hours, you know. That's interesting, Snake, though. Good to know. All right, let's see. I think I also literally titled the stream Boring Co-working Research on Bloodborne. It's okay if you don't want to watch. And folks are still coming by to hang out, which I think is great. Cantaloupe is weird to you in that it's either S tier and D tier, depending on ripeness. Oh, when it gets right over... When it gets overripe and it tastes like dirt, that will make you hate a cantaloupe for sure. I get it. I get it. You know. Alright, let's see. In the new canon, such parts of the body, such as genital organs, the buttocks, belly, nose, and mouth, cease to play the leading role. So, back in, Bakhtin is talking about, before this kind of liberation of the grotesque, these grotesque parts, like the mouth and the things that we receive and protrude into the world with, were in the leading role, but now they're, like, effaced. And I think the mind kind of supplants it in the new canon of literature. Moreover, instead of the original meaning, they acquire an exclusiveness. In other words, they convey a merely individual meaning of life of one single limited body. The belly, the nose, and the mouth are, of course, retained in this image and can't be hidden, but in an individual, completed body, they either fulfill purely expressive functions. This is true of the mouth only, like a smile, a frown, that kind of thing. But those are, like, closed anyway. Or the function of characterization and individualization. You know, we talk about, like, oh, her eyes were raven, like, they were beautiful purple amethyst eyes and raven black hair and all that stuff. That seeks to make someone individual instead of uniting us all. Don't mind us sleeping over here. You guys take a little napskis. Yeah. There is, let's see, the function of characterization and individualization. There's no symbolic broad meaning whatever in the organs. That's my trash can falling. So loud. Why are you falling over? So scary. Jump scare. Tapping on the chalkboard to make sure we're all awake. Nah, y'all can sleep. It's okay. I know you need your sleep. There's a tiny window where it's the perfect fruit to rival tangerines and pineapples, right? Yeah. So good. I love me a cantaloupe and a honeydew. I'm so sorry about it, Little John Cena. I do love a melon. But you know what? Us melon enjoyers, I love big juicy melons. Us melon enjoyers are there to eat the melons of the world. And you non-melon enjoyers can eat all the other things while we're eating melons. A new Teach but animated would be nice. Would it be okay if it's tiny too? It definitely has to have bangs though. We need to put bangs on that one. That's from back in the day when I didn't have bangs. Big juicy melons. I wish I could grow some melons. Oh, love them. Generally speaking, all that does not contain an element of characterization in the new literary image is reduced to a single bodily remark added to speech or action. Okay. In the modern image of the individual body, sexual life, eating, drinking, and defecation have radically changed their meaning. They've been transferred to the private and psychological level where their connotation becomes narrow and specific, torn away from the direct relation to the life of society and to the cosmic whole. In this new connotation, they don't carry on their former philosophical functions. Me with bangs being a sassy substitute teacher. I would want to be the fun teacher. You know? Everyone likes big juicy melons. Unless you don't. That's okay. It's okay not to like big juicy melons. So, the canon of the new body is merely one body. There's no duality left to it. It is self-sufficient and speaks in its name alone. Right? And Bakhtin is always about heteroglossia and dialogism, all these things speaking in harmony, but also simultaneous contrast to each other. Heteroglossia is like all these voices speaking at once, and they don't have to unify, but they are at least talking at the same time. Coming through the context of a novel where there's like different cultural spheres that intersect, that influence a work. So you might be inspired by someone's poetry and a different person's story. You might be inspired by a video game and also maybe a D&D campaign that you were playing. You might be inspired by your father and like what he was like when you were growing up. And maybe you were inspired by an ex and a wonderful conversation you had by them. All these different voices start speaking through the novel and are very difficult to tease out, but very important in their non-homogeneity, I guess. I'm tiptoeing the line about big juicy melons always. Catch me tiptoeing around some big juicy melons. I won't. I'm sorry, Twitch. Am I saying bad things? I don't know. Twitch is like, take her off the shelf. Take her off the legendary women's shelf. We won't talk about that. That's too much, Smee. I can't believe you've even proposed such a thing in this dignified chat about the grotesque. Let's see. This is such an interesting idea. Okay. So the body is merely, in this new canon, the non-grotesque body is merely one body. There's no duality. It's self-sufficient. It speaks in its own name. All that happens within it concerns it alone. That is, only the individual closed sphere. Therefore, all events taking place within it acquire one single meaning. Death is only death. It never coincides with birth. Old age is torn away from youth. Blows merely hurt without assisting an act of birth. All actions and events are interpreted on the level of a single individual life. They are enclosed within the limits of the same body, limits that are an absolute beginning and end and can never meet. So interesting. And yet, death in this game is the cyclical event, right? If you died once in this game and it ended, imagine that. You don't wake up in the Hunter's Dream, you just die in Yosefka's clinic after you can't fight that big werewolf at the end of it. That truly was the end. It never really is. But if it truly was the end, it wouldn't be much of a narrative, right? It has to have a cyclical nature to it. Right, Snake. We'd get there eventually. We'd get there. The grotesque body, on the contrary, death brings nothing to an end, for it doesn't concern the ancestral body, which is renewed in its next generation. This is like us talking about the hunt being cyclical as well, Manny. And also think of the way that these bodies are renewed with bestial blood, too. The events of the grotesque sphere are always developed on the boundary dividing one body on the boundary, the limits, the very limit of the body. Oh, y'all, it's too late to get into this, but liminality, you want to talk about liminality, you're talking Bakhtin and the grotesque, okay? The things which exist within transitory spaces, transitory uncategorizable beings, those things. Yeah, I know the liminal was popping off a few years ago. I hope people still care about the liminal, right? Silent Hill liminal spaces. You gotta get into the grotesque if you like the liminal. Because it is nothing if not liminal. It's marginal. Like, grotesques are literally drawn in the margins of pages, right? People are still talking about liminal spaces. Thank God. Thank God. Coming back from AFK, you want to be mindful of me mentioning wanting to end early. This is true. And then I got a little too involved in reading. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep going until the end of the night at 9 o'clock. And then I'll wrap up for the evening. Oh my God, you watch a long video essay on liminal spaces in Rugrats games? I love that. Love that, the game she plays. What did you take away from that? The amount of Fortnite liminal space games is amazing. They're making games about Fortnite's liminal spaces. That's amazing. So, all actions... Blah, blah, blah. The events of the grotesque sphere are always developed on the boundary dividing one body from the other and as it are, at their points of intersection. One body offers its death, the others its birth, but they are merged in a two-body image. Now, when we're thinking two-body images, you gotta talk about Rom the Vacuous Spider, right? One of the bosses in this game. What I find so fascinating... let me highlight this as well. What I find so fascinating about Rom And I think that other essay I was reading, again, this is more of a surface level, let's talk about the grotesque, instead of like what the grotesque can tell us about ourselves, which is more of what I want like hour 2 to talk about on Saturday. Hour 1 is like, what's a grotesque? How does it function? Let's talk about it as metaphor. Then finally, let's see what the grotesque can tell us about ourselves and about the way we experience narratives. Because guess what? You got transformed the second you played this game. The blood is in you now. As soon as you play this game, not only do you become a Bloodborne enjoyer, but you like enhance your skills playing video games. You're taking away something from the narrative. You're going to remember quotes. Am I making notes while yapping? I am highlighting things in the book with my highlight flags. And I haven't taken too many notes today, Smee, but tomorrow should be like note apocalypse. These are just the notes I've taken today. That's it. It's just like 3 ideas. So Rom the Vacuous Spider, great example of this dual body in that the head of Rom is this like kin bleeding. There's 2 types of blood you can experience in this game. There's celestial fluid, this like white fluid that only like kin have, like godkin. They bleed white, like I think Lady Arnhem. And probably Murgo's wet nurse. There's a few enemies in this game that have this whitish blood. However, Rom's spider body has red blood, beast blood, human blood, you know. It's kind of that sanguine stuff. So Rom is this obvious transitive character as she is like this failed ascension and is locked in one plane of existence, one liminal space, as it was. Rom is the best bae in Bloodborne. I gotta say, my fave, obviously, always Abrita. She is my angel. But also, I smell pasta. Why the hell do I smell boiling noodles right now? Am I having a stroke? I hope not. Not to get philosophical and metaphysical, but you feel like a new soul. You don't know that you're in a cycle. Like, you know how some folks feel like old souls? Are you talking about like how you feel like you're new to this earth, experiencing things for the first time? I kind of feel, not to get philosophical and not to talk about this too much because it's gonna last way too long or whatever, but I'm telling you, I feel like I'm on NG plus 2. Like, I'm like, oh, that's how it goes, right? Okay, time to play video games. This is what I meant to do. Sit down and play video games and talk to people about them. Things are just working out, you know? Liminal spaces, what are we living for? Intermediate places. I love the reference, Morphinius. Very good. So what am I ending? I'm going to be ending at about 11 minutes, I think, to be fair. We'll go wrap up and raid somebody else. You would play Bloodborne Backrooms, right? It's kind of like if you weren't limited to the corridors in Bergenworth, I feel like you can get to some weird spaces in Bergenworth, right? So you play the first Rugrats game at an old enough age to realize how odd the spaces were, and the essay nails why. That was a shorter one. The Spyro video was over an hour. That's cool. So Fortnite has a creative mode that allows players to use in-game assets to create maps. Last year, they added the ability to do the same in the Unreal Engine with entirely custom assets, kind of like Roblox. Oh, really? That's fascinating. Tina, remind me to say we're going to transcend the hood with this one after my recommendation. That's really good, Manny. That's really good. Yeah, why am I smelling noodles right now? So weird. Something about what I was reading made you ask that. No worries. All good, Smee. That's another academic stream you'd love. We should all just chill and talk about our own philosophies. It would be cool, right? Absolutely. As long as no one's like, you're wrong. It's actually this, you know. That would be good. Let's see. A little bit more reading before we wrap things up for the evening. In the new canon, the duality of the body is preserved only in one theme, a pale reflection of the former dual nature. This is the theme of nursing a child, which I think is a very important theme in Bloodborne as well, particularly with Murgo's wet nurse, a boss you have to fight, that is trying to sustain the life of this, like, god creature Murko, who you never see, but you do hear its cry. You hear this, like, baby cry piercing the night in Bloodborne. And, I should have done a fun emote or something. We should be doing, like, the cosmic, you know, connecting with the, you know, this one, the yoga one. Oh, frick. Lost my page. Doinking around too much. So Murgo, I feel like we were talking about this with Repairman earlier as well, with this nursing of the child being an image of duality in life. But for the new body that's not the grotesque body, the image of the mother and the child is individualized and closed, and the line of demarcation can't be removed. There's still a separation between the mother and the child. The body stops at one point, even when nursing, and then, even though there's a fluid exchange between the baby and the mommy. Finally, the new canon is completely alien to hyperbolization. The individual space has no room for it, right? We have roughly sketched the basic outlines of the modern canon, as they generally appear in norms of literature and speech. Similar classical concepts of the body form the basis of the new canon of behavior, too. Good education demands that one not place the elbows on the table, to walk without protruding the shoulder blades or swinging your hips, to hold in your abdomen, to eat without loud chewing, to not snort and pant, to keep the mouth shut. In other words, to close up and limit the body's confines and to smooth the bulges. It's interesting to trace the struggle of the grotesque and the classical concept in the history of dress and fashion. Even more interesting in the struggle of the history of dance. Now we're doing a bachabunda. You're not being a mother hen at all. Whenever I end is up to you. Oh, yes, totally understandable and appreciated, to be fair. Because I did say I wanted to wrap up 30 minutes early, so I totally get it. Oh, yeah, if I get one thing done in this world, if it's making more people read Rob Lays in his world, even if you just read chapter 5, the grotesque image of the body, I think I've achieved my life goal. I mean, we're talking about the history of laughter over here. Laughing, opening up the body. That's the business. I tell you. Just telling you. I can't wait to have, like, you all make your video essays in 5 years. We're all gonna be like, Bergenworth. Put an Amazon affiliate link to these books. Okay. Alright. I guess I have to go look it up on Amazon. Actually, I wonder if it's on Amazon. No clue. Matching outfits would be so cute. Who wants to wear the cage? I'll link you guys to it because it's a good book. But you know what? Actually, Manny, what I'm gonna say, don't pick it up on Amazon. Do rent it from the library, and then maybe buy it from a small supplier. I know I could be making money on Amazon right now, but I think you should check it out from the library. I'm sure it's at your local library. And if it's not, request that they put it in the library so other people can read it. Wouldn't that be great too? Tell them to get a few copies. I think that would be a wise idea. Let's see. Then he's talking about Rabelais's novel. So the comic conception inherited from folk culture of humor, from grotesque realism, and from elements of familiar speech culminates in Rabelais's novel. Its mighty torrent flows through the entire novel. The dismembered parts, the separate organs. I'm thinking about how many dismembered parts we got in Bloodborne. Let me tell you. Check this out. I could go through my consumable inventory and find so many dismembered pieces. These pebbles look like eyeballs, which I always thought was cute. We have bones here, another bone, a person's skull, which has these little phantasms erupting from it, another bone, which has got bones all over the place, an eyeball you can use to summon meteors. This is an item, it's a severed hand. Someone's gloves also looks like a hand, let me tell you. And I think we have other... Then there's just like, there's a fetus, there's a fetus, there's a backbone, there's an organ, there's someone's hair, there's an eyeball, there's a calcified baby, There's a representation of an eyeball. We'll give it that. And some weapons are just like amygdala's arm or a full-on parasite. Grab it from a used bookstore, and then you can give the amount you saved over getting on Amazon. There you go. Haven't used Amazon in about 10 years. That's pretty miraculous, Jackie. I aspire to that. You know what's the funniest thing about these pebbles? Tell me what the funniest thing is. Where's the character store all that? In my butt. I have no idea, actually. It looks like you retrieve items from your butt, which is grotesque. Or a liminal space. I like that, too. You don't know how many potential video essays you got in the clip? I bet you got tons, Manny. You could fire off on a bunch, I bet. Do we have any extensions of the body here? Oh, yeah, the fists. The fists of Gracia. I love the fists of Gracia. And also, in the head garb, we have literally someone's scalp. Give me that scalp. Hold on, let me pull up a scalp real quick. It's in DLC stuff, so it's pretty far down, I think.
Ugh, the Canehurst stuff is so good. Fashion.
Canehurst fashion. The beak protruding into the world. That's pretty great. Where's that scalp, though? There it is. Braider's testimony. Literally somebody's scalp. Somebody was transforming into a cleric beast, had their whole head removed. So wild. If you think about the barking crows, they drop the pebbles, which are mostly shown in the media of eating eyes of cadavers. Oh, true. Maybe it's like a little calcified eyeball. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Manny. Let me go peek in on these eyeballs. I also think they could be stuff that... There's those grandmas that... I love the description. This is peak comedy to me. Literally, small pebbles found throughout Yharnam can be thrown at foes. Quite thrilling. That's so funny to me. That is the funniest. I love when games are funny, to be honest. I love it when they do something silly like thrilling. This doesn't do much, but you can throw these pebbles at enemies to get their attention. You can also, I guess, do 1 damage to them, so. Oh good, my fingy boo-boo was healing up. Excellent. With these pebbles, I wonder if it's like a severed eye that the eyeball collector lady can pluck off, you know. You'd love to write item descriptions. The Final Fantasy XIV item team is having a wild time, right? So good. It's Tina. Quite thrilling! Oh my god, that would be a great description of the stream. Sometimes. Thrilling. Let's see if there's anywhere I can squeeze out of this tonight. Oh, here we go. The relative immortality of semen. That's in this game too. Good old... Do I have it on me? You would hope not. I don't actually think I have any on me. It's something you have to collect for the Vile Blood Queen of Canehurst in order to prove your worth to their order. So the Vile Bloods, I think, drain the blood that you acquire from folks when you're in their covenants. Okay. Worst dowry ever, yeah. The stuff that you give her is blood that looks like it has a bunch of like semen swimming around in it. It's wild. You're taking the dog out now? Good night, Jackie. Thank you so much for being here. The blood has a face, right? Isn't that cool? Yeah, it grows as well over time, so this is like barely there. You can see the eye coming out. The mouth is on its way. More skulls. Even more skulls. And then for the tomb mold, see? Remember I was talking about the Lumenwood rune? The milkweed rune? By the way, I'm a milkweed enjoyer in real life. I grow it in one of my gardens. It's also known as Asclepius, which I was talking about Asclepius earlier, being the symbol of the rod with the 2 twining snakes on it. That's Asclepius's rod. I think they thought that milkweed had some sort of healing effect on the body. But in the Asclepius rune, it looks like, to me, a body laying down and growth coming up out of it. So we have moles represented here. It says it grows from rotten flesh and blood out inside the old labyrinth. Matures to bear giant spores. So we can see it starting to grow. Forms these ball-like heads. As it expands, then it gives off that plume. God, don't you feel it in your lungs already looking at it? Ugh. That mold, that celestial mold, I tell you. As you get further down in the runes, you can see like mold spores in the air. It's nuts. 9 p.m. reminder. Okay. I just want to look at the cold blood flower bulbs though. Just a little bit. They mature slowly in close proximity to death. See, life and death, both in the same. They eventually bloom. Look at those bloody flowers. Ugh, so beautiful. So gorgeous. All this life out of death. So cool. The additional rite, the sinister bell, makes the bell-ringing woman appear, and when she rings a sinister bell, hunters from other worlds will be beckoned as adversaries. Right. The bells and such. Creepy-ass eyeball. Gooey baby. The pearl slug. I love these little slugs. Are they not the cutest? Look at these little slugs. Love these slugs. Let's wrap it up for the evening, shall we? Look at that cool guy. I gotta wrap it up now. So I will probably be doing this again tomorrow, but hopefully I'll have more sleep in me. And second, hopefully I'll actually be like writing some material. Even if I literally just type up the notes I took the other day, that would be smart. New Bloodborne playthrough when? Don't entice me. This is me on no sleep. This is me on like 7 hours instead of 8. I didn't get great sleep last night because I'm trying to wake up at 6 a.m. because I gotta be up at 6 a.m. on Saturday to give this presentation. So I have to close this game. Oh man, it's called an inflicted organ? Inflicted organ? Wait! What organ do you think this is? Just give it a guess. What organ is this? Just real quick. I know I'm self-conscious, but this has been a fun and interesting stream. I'm glad. You think it's a lung, huh? It's possible. Special body parts collected by the Healing Church. What was this gruesome bait used to lure? I wonder, like, could it even be like a uterus or something? God only knows. The additional rite rotted offering beckons ungodly forces. Normally terrifying things, but worthy prey for special hunts. You would say it's a uterus, right? Liver could be appropriate as well. No yawns this stream. I don't even think I had time to yawn. I was talking so much. Yeah, going by the themes of the game, I wonder. Because if it's beckoning ungodly forces, if it's beckoning the spirits of the ancient ones, aren't they always seeking a surrogate, right? Anyway. It's time to wrap it up for the evening, y'all. I get my oxygen. I'm subsuming oxygen. The spores in me are collecting carbon, I guess. Who knows? I have to exit out of this game now. Because if I keep it on, I will play it. I learned this earlier. Before I started the show, I just needed to boot up the PS4 and made sure this worked. And then I was like, uh-oh, playing Bloodborne again. Oops. Killing bad guys in Yarnum. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. You're seeing a lot of parallels between this game and Silent Hill 3. And apparently also you can apply this lens to Silent Hill 2, as little John Cena was telling us earlier. You get oxygen from music sometimes when you're really on your game. That's cool. I love that. Great to have you here, Just Game Hero. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I appreciate you. I will be back at it again tomorrow. How do you turn off a PS4? I forget. Is it this one? Is that eject? How do you turn this thing off? Yeah, there we go. Putting it into rest mode. Thank you for being here, Weaver. I appreciate it. I don't think I have Persona 3 Reloaded, Ziff. Thank you for asking, though. Don't talk down on myself because I am cool. Thank you. Pleasure meeting you too, little John Cena. Your wife has banned Bloodborne in the house because you replay it so much. That's very understandable. I had to ban Bloodborne from my stream for a bit because I'm 444 hours in or something, and it's like, maybe I should explore something new. But here I am again. Here I am again. Bloodborne is truly one of the best games of all time. It surely is. 10 years later, this game still holds up. It is still such a wonderful mystery to tease out. I think it invites you to plug different things into its holes and make your own meaning, you know? What is Throne and Liberty? Do you know what Throne and Liberty is? I have a key now for Throne and Liberty. Let's go see somebody else this evening. You know, Jen is online, popped in here earlier. I wonder what Jen thinks of my ramblings of a madman. It's an MMO? Scam MMO? I didn't know about this. Scam is strong language. Okay. Bloodborne is one of the best games of all time. You can say with confidence of never having truly completed it, yeah. So it's a Korean MMO. Okay. Now, when you say scam MMO, do you mean it makes you want to put money in the video game? Because I get that. I played Maple Story back in the day, and I put a lot of money into that too. That sounds weird if you don't play MMOs a lot like you. Yeah, you're playing that dinosaur MMO, aren't you? So let's see who's doing something like Bloodborne-esque, maybe? And then I really do have to go. I have to like knock myself out as soon as I possibly can so I can wake up early tomorrow so I can keep this streak of like being awake at an early time so I don't feel terrible when I'm awake at an early time on Saturday. Does anyone play anything like... Oh, Pleasantly Twisted is doing a return to Anne Orlando. That sounds like the thing to do. Pleasantly Twisted is such a great broadcaster here on Twitch. Let's go over there, huh? I see. You feel like Korean MMOs can be very pay-to-win-ish. I do remember in Maple Story you were able to like... Oh god, I'm making so many sounds. I'm sorry. In Maple Story you could pay to get like EXP boosts and stuff, and it kind of felt like you had to. So, thank you, Unit, so much for being here. I appreciate you. Imagine spending more money when you can simply strategize harder. Thank you for supporting one of your favorite games, though. I hope you always spend within your means. Oh, Arknights? That's true. Yeah, you gotta spend within your means. Don't get too lost in the sauce there. Oh, I already linked Pleasantly Twisted. Great. Thank you all for being here. This was my first co-working stream, so I really enjoyed it. I hope... I'm gonna stop asking if you guys had a good time because I'm self-conscious about reading in silence. So I'm gonna stop asking and just assume you had a good time because you stayed the whole time and you were like, ugh, when are you gonna play the game? Ugh. You know? So we're gonna raid Pleasantly Twisted. Is there oh no, there's no extra E. I always get that wrong. We had a good time. I'm glad to hear it. So I'll see you at PT stream. I will be back on tomorrow. Hopefully getting a bit more done on the writing of the script, or at least making some kind of bullet points, because I want to present to the folks in this raid train a cogent analysis of this that I hope some of these folks haven't even played Bloodborne before. This is their first time playing it, which I think is a great thing to do on the 10-year anniversary. I just hope I don't spoil a bunch of folks. Be like, anyways, the final boss of this game is... So, we'll see. I'll be like, spoiler alerts in one corner or something. Anyway, that's enough for me. I'm talking way too much. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for being your wonderful selves. I appreciate you. And I hope you enjoy Pleasantly Twisted stream. Bye-bye.